We're live.
We'll roll call and
30 seconds or so. Stand by. All right, let's bring this executive committee to order for February 1st, 2021. I will roll call first with the members of committee. Councillor McKean.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Morning. Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Walters.
Good morning.
All right. And have we got other members of council joining us? I see Councillor Knack and Councillor Henderson.
Good morning.
And Councillor
Good morning.
Essinger.
Good morning.
Any others on the call this morning? Okay. Welcome to everyone. I need a motion to adopt the agenda that's been put before us.
Happy to do that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Any questions on the agenda? Okay, not seeing any. Let's try a vote to adopt it. Must be in the meeting. Here we go.
We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. All right, the minutes from January 18th. Councillor Cartmel.
I will move acceptance of the minutes from the January 18th Executive Committee meeting.
Any questions, concerns, or errors or omissions on the minutes? Not hearing any, then please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the vote. Carried. Protocol items. I don't think we have any this morning. Selection of items for debate. List is not open yet.
I can go.
Councillor Walters.
I'll take 6-1 and 6-2, 6-3, and 6-9.
6-1 through 3 and 6-9 as selected by Councillor Walters. Okay. Councillor McKean.
Whoop. Too many screens. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. 5-1 for my friend and colleague, Councillor Ben Henderson.
Okay.
And I had 6-5 and 6-8.
6-5 and 6-8. Any other selections? Councillor Cartmel.
6-7, please.
6-7? Yeah. Okay. Any others?
I can move all others.
Mine got grabbed. So 6-4, 6-6, and 9-1 are moved by Councillor Walters. Just check one more time, see if anyone wanted any of those. Not hearing any, then please vote on those items. Councillor Knack, sorry. Did you have a...
I know I can't select, but if somebody could select 6-4, I had a quick question.
I'll select 6-4.
Committee is feeling generous this morning. Councillor Cartmel has selected 6-4. Okay, so then the items not selected that we had already started to vote on, but we'll start over with a fresh motion, if you don't mind, Councillor Walters, to move 6.6 and 9.1.
Moved.
Okay. Going once, going twice, please vote.
We're just missing your vote, Councillor Walters.
Submit. I'm still not used to 2 clicks.
We have 5 votes.
13 years of habituation the other way. Display the vote, please. And that's carried. All right. The only time specific we have is a request for 6.6 if it was selected. So otherwise, we will proceed in order here. We do have some requests to speak. We've got 6.3, 2 speakers, and we've got 6 folks registered on 6.8. So I need a motion to hear from the speakers on those 2 items.
I can move that the executive committee hear from the following speakers and panels when appropriate on item 6.3. Mike Cole, Brookfield Properties Development, and Jody Wachko from Cantiro. On 6.8, the funding for Hangar 11, Dan Rose with the Edmonton Historical Board, Tim Antoniuk with Architecture Inc., Nancy McDonald with Stantec, on behalf of Jacqueline McLeod, Alan Partridge with Next Architecture, and Kevin Gue, forgive me if I've pronounced that wrong, from Nate.
And we've got one more which is to add David Ridley from the Edmonton Heritage Council as speaker number 6 on that one.
I will add him to that motion.
Great. Please vote to hear from speakers in panels on those items. And if others join, we'll add them too, likely.
We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. Carried. All right, so the order we'll proceed in then, as much for the panelists who are following along, is that we've got a couple of items ahead of you, and then we'll get to that actually will put a little bit of context before 6.3. So we'll go in order with 6.1 and 6.2, and then which are cross-referenced, and then we'll pick up with 6.3, which is a nice flow. Then we will quickly, well, actually, the only thing is that leaves the hangar lagging at the end of the agenda. I might suggest, for the benefit of the speakers, so they don't have to hang around for the whole morning unless they'd like, that we make 6.8 time specific for 1:30 maybe, just so they can plan a little bit and they're not waiting to the very end of the agenda, and our heritage folks and other folks can work around that. So that'd be my suggestion.
I'd be happy to make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. We're not likely to get to you any earlier than that, but you could be at 3 or 4 p.m. if we're not careful, if we, depending how we chip away at these. So thank you for that motion, Councillor McKean. I'll just seek unanimous consent. Is there any objection to making 6.8 time specific for 1:30? Not hearing any, then to the 6 speakers registered for that, you can rejoin the hangout at a little before 1:30, and we'll hear from you then. So this way you won't have to wait for the whole morning to see if we get to you, which we may or may not. So, all right. So, sorry, did somebody have a question?
Oh, just to say thank you for helping us with our time.
Okay, understood. Are there any councillor inquiries this morning? Not hearing any, then let's go first quickly to item 5.1. I had a question about the due date on this as well, so thank you for selecting this, Councillor McKean. I'll go to you for the question, or for the initial comments on this.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really just did this on behalf of Councillor Henderson, and would, with your approval, turn it over to him.
Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this has been going on for I don't know how many years, and I'm not angry with the administration over this. The frustrations, I think that we're still waiting. We've been trying to do this for 2 years. Or more than that, actually, but we've been trying to sort out the management of this for a number of years. We waited and waited and waited on the provincial government, then decided to go ahead ourselves. Now they're back in the game, and now we're going to have to wait. We're going to lose another season on this. We've got our own programs already out there that were designed to parallel for this. We have money from Green Municipal Fund to get going on it. So it's really frustrating that we're now not looking until the end of June before we can begin to see this. I mean, for a government that's all about trying to get rid of red tape, a 3-year wait to get a program going that was approved 4 years ago is just really frustrating. So I don't know what can be done about it, but I didn't want to let this go by unsaid. And I'm not sure what thoughts administration has about how we can speed this one up, because I think, quite frankly, I mean, this has been, since the beginning of our term, we've been trying to get this program going. And we keep on waiting on just this one little piece of the puzzle, which is the administration of it.
Councillor Henderson, we understand the importance of this program for helping achieve the city's goals in this space, and we have been applying pressure to the province in order to get the regulation changed that needs to be changed. I am told that most likely this will happen before the end of June, but we were not certain, so we did put a longer due date on this to give us the space to make sure that that we don't have to come back for another status report.
Mr. Mayor, I'm wondering if it's time for another letter on this one. One of the famous letters from the mayor. I think we need to. I mean, it's getting to the point of absurd. And I understand administration is doing everything they can, but I'm wondering if there's another kind of intervention we can make here. It's not just us. I know that JMF, we approved last week, and 2 other municipalities that are wanting to get going on this, and they've got programs coming as well. So at this point, we have a program that we've been ready to go on for 2 years now, and we're just waiting for them to make up their mind. So I'm wondering if a letter from you would be in order, and that probably is just to support administration's efforts on this.
Yeah, I'd be very happy to take direction from committee through council to write to the provincial government, urging them in these economic circumstances not to delay this in a way that jeopardizes job creation in this construction season, in this economic environment. And given that there's dollars, some of which come through the feds, and that there is frequently requests for aid from Ottawa, here is support that we're prepared to help channel to create jobs now that needs to be expedited. So I'm happy to make that case to the government and show them that there is a win here on red tape and on job creation to move this along quickly, if that was the direction of committee, and then to have a report come back sooner than June on the reply to the letter, which hopefully would be the regulatory changes necessary for us to move ahead with this.
Yeah. Mr. Corwald, it looked like you had some thoughts on this.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor, and Your Worship. Just for clarity, we did reach out to Department of Environment last week. The one piece that's missing is a ministerial order on this. That's what we need, and we'll make that clear in the mayor's letter. I do think a bit of a nudge would help, and one that demonstrates, this is good for the economy and jobs, and it's a simple MO. I understand that there was just a legal issue they're working through, so I think we can push this one over a little sooner than, much sooner than June, with a bit of assistance from the mayor.
So
Great,
what
thanks,
if,
Mr. Mayor? I defer to you guys. Those were my questions. Thank you.
so what we could do is actually, instead of approving the due date, we could potentially send it to council with direction to, with a recommendation from committee to have council direct the preparation of the letter, and then perhaps a week from now, we'd have a sense of what the turnaround time of that could be and when the report back could occur on both the bylaw and the MO changes that are necessary to make it happen. So Perhaps we can set that aside for a little while to craft a motion to keep the ball in the air, as it were. And then we can come back to that perhaps after the first few items, once we've written something up to that effect. But I see nodding heads, so I think that that's acceptable to the group. So thank you for flagging this, Councillor Henderson. I had the same concerns about it. So, but I think there's a real opportunity here, so let's line up the win for everybody. So let's maybe make a motion to postpone 5.1 until after 6.1 and 6.2, and then we'll come back to it for a motion. Okay, so postponement's been moved. Is there any objection to postponement? Not seeing any, then we'll come back to that in a little while. Thank you very much. Okay, let's dive in now to the growth investment strategy and the growth management framework update.
Good morning, committee. We do have a presentation for this one.
Please.
So good morning. I'm Stephanie McCabe, Deputy City Manager, and I'm joined today with Lindsay Butterfield, the Director of Urban Growth and Open Space Strategy. Today, administration is bringing forward 2 reports in response to council motions. The first is the result of the September 14th, 2020 council motion directing administration to provide a high-level update on the contents of the growth management framework, the level of engagement, and an update on the infrastructure cost-sharing strategies. The second report on our growth investment strategy is a result of the motion directing administration to explore options for shortening timelines for the provision of infrastructure and amenities in developing neighborhoods. The growth management report provides an update on the framework being advanced to implement the city plan. At the highest level, the framework is informed by regional planning and integrates policy, infrastructure planning, growth prioritization, high-level financing plans, and the deployment of targeted fiscal tools. This is a critical body of work to achieve the city plan. We know that as the city grows from 1 million to 1.25 million, this development will be strongly influenced by market demand and previously identified priorities. But to activate the vision in the city plan at a population of 2 million, intentional choices will have to be made. An understanding of infrastructure requirements is needed, and then a robust plan about who pays for what is needed in all areas of the city. The growth management framework will do exactly that. It'll help to understand the requirements and assist in council's decision-making on where to invest. It is a tool for council to direct investments in our city. We are very early days, and we are looking forward to engaging with the many players who will bring this file to life: City Council, industry, and of course, Edmontonians. Council will be the ultimate decision maker on how far or how fast you'd like to implement any of the strategies associated with the growth management framework. And these decisions will be made through mechanisms such as the growth management framework itself, the budget process, and land development applications. The work of scoping this out will give us the information to help inform your decision-making as we progress towards the goals in the city plan. I'll now hand it off to Lindsay Butterfield, who will provide an overview of the 2 reports.
Thank you, Stephanie. So to reiterate what Stephanie's already said, the growth management framework is critical for realizing the city plan, and it's also integral to reimagining city building. It is a new approach that focuses our constrained city investments into priority growth areas, both for greenfield and infill growth. Opportunities and associated city investment requirements will be prioritized through the growth management framework and the budget process. This enables a focus on the most impactful projects and is expected to create greater certainty for the market. Growth management applies the levers of change that are in the city plan with the long-term intention of guiding Edmonton's growth into a more financially efficient pattern. This is a long-term program with an approach that considers land uses, the infrastructure requirements to service those lands, and the costs of city growth at a macro level. Implementing the framework ensures Edmonton can welcome the next 1 million residents within its existing borders, advances the activation of our nodes and corridors, and that in turn will create the conditions of success for our mass transit network. The collective effort to implement the system of managing growth in the city plan advances a thriving and prosperous city that will attract and retain talent. The two reports before committee today reflect Edmonton's approaches to growth investment previously and now. So under the way we grow, we refer to this as growth coordination. And the new go-forward approach in the city plan is the growth management framework. Growth coordination, the pre-city plan approach, saw developer-provided amenities and infrastructure required through the approval process advanced at a different pace than public infrastructure, which is subject to capital budgets, project development, and delivery processes. The new growth management approach will seek to align public and private investment more closely while considering the city plan's priorities and our budget constraints. This will mean new growth development opportunities cannot all be advanced simultaneously, and so there's a potential challenge associated with that growth management approach, including differing landowner interests and shifting some infrastructure costs to beneficiaries of the infrastructure. The benefit is that infrastructure will better coincide with development completion, resources will be allocated to implement our city vision, and we will be able to better inform council how development sequencing at the city-wide level aligns with council's strategic and capital planning. Scoping the growth management framework began in October of 2020, so just a few months ago. And to define the program's outcomes, we're looking at the following. Developing criteria that will provide a city plan lens for priority-based budgeting for the next budget cycle. Assessing possible redevelopment incentives and financing tools that have the greatest impact on activating priority growth areas, and looking at existing policy to identify adjustments required in our current approaches so that they align with the city plan and ensure that our decisions are future-focused. Later this year, the growth management framework development will begin following this scoping exercise, which will include engagement with our industry partners as well. Beginning this work in a time of relative financial scarcity requires that we work to understand trade-offs and impacts and share that understanding for decision makers. And that is a commitment I make here today. Effective infrastructure investment is a key focus of growth management. Sharing and allocating the costs of our infrastructure, seeking cost avoidance strategies, and understanding return on investment continues to be discussed by administration. And the recently adopted fiscal policy for revenue generation and existing programs and tools are a starting point for us as short, medium, and long-term elements of growth management are determined. Existing strategies such as the infill cost share program and the development incentive program will be explored as part of the scoping and development of growth management, including the ability to scale up successful programs. Successful land development in Edmonton is the result of collaboration and partnerships. Infrastructure requirements and costs vary by land use, the intensity of a development, and the local conditions and context. Developer-provided amenities and infrastructure are usually completed first because they are required through the development approval process and our servicing agreements. So the timing of public infrastructure provision varies as projects are advanced through budgets and are dependent on funding availability. The city plan sets out clear growth priorities that will seek a new balance in investments for renewal and growth projects in both existing and new neighborhoods. Because growth and investment can't occur everywhere at once, decisions on trade-offs and sequencing will need to be made along the way. A focus on using what we already have will lend itself to our ability to grow within existing areas and create the 15-minute districts Edmontonians desire. Understanding the components of a neighborhood that comprise a substantially complete area is an important component, and we will come back to council once administration has a recommendation for how to determine substantial completion. The city plan includes a number of policy directions that consider long-term fiscal impacts and life cycle costs of infrastructure and services. So these policies will inform recommendations to council and may result in faster investment for projects that align with city plan growth priorities. Growth management policies include directing growth to our nodes and corridors in line with market demand, maximizing the city's assets, and seeking the best policies across the city plan's 3 development pattern areas to achieve the primary goal of a more cost-efficient development pattern. I look forward to returning to council later this year to outline the policies, tools, and incentives that are under consideration for implementation, as well as the plan for engaging our industry partners. In addition, components of the growth management approach will be outlined when the priority-based budget process is before council this spring. This concludes my presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This one was selected by Councillor Walters, so I'll go to him first.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. So when these motions were made, particularly 6.1 was made in the spirit of trying to understand how to sort of compress the timelines between the residential development and not just the amenities that we would have some control over, but commercial ones. So we talked about what does it mean, what does a complete community mean, and I think now we generally have a definition of that in the 15-minute city as part of the city plan.
We don't have that definition yet. We have the idea, the concept of a 15-minute city, but
the
we need to
15-minute city
define.
concept is what's going to lead us to that definition, right?
Yes,
So
exactly.
So in that spirit, meaning that you can do all the things you need to do as a human being living in Edmonton within 15 minutes of your house, how does the city plan and any follow-up work that you alluded to enable us to work with the development industry to avoid what we have presently in Heritage Valley, for example, where, tons of residential build out, but no place where anybody could go sit down and have a beer or go to a restaurant, so they're not getting that experience. How does what we've done since that plan was approved enable us to make sure that happens in the future?
That is the very work of the growth management framework. So taking the work of what a substantially complete neighborhood is as defined in the 15-minute city, and then scoping out with industry jointly through the growth management framework about how do you actually bring that vision to life.
So that picture you had up there, Ms. Butterfield, which was the sort of linear approach from raw land to the house, in some ways that may be the problem, is we just focus on the single-family house first, and those all get built out, and then everything, and I know that's, in the market's interest to some degree, but how would we incentivize through the ASPs or the NSPs a different pacing of things where you have more emphasis on kind of the quality of life for the people living in that house in the picture, being able to walk to a coffee shop or a bakery or a restaurant, et cetera, before 20 years passes by?
Yeah, I think it's really important that we go through that exercise of determining what our benchmarking is for that sort of thing very carefully. If we're overly prescriptive, we could end up negatively impacting the market, and that's certainly not what we want. But I think we need to balance what are the market demands with what is the priority set out in the city plan. It's very public. Everyone has access to the information of where our priorities lie. And we hope we can work with the market for that.
So just to press for more, to be a little more specific, like what could we do differently in ASPs and NSPs to not, I appreciate being sensitive to market demands, but I feel like we've been overly sensitive to that at the expense of the quality of life, like the whole complete community experience for people who live in those neighborhoods. So what can we do specifically in those plans to compel earlier inclusion of commercial amenities, particularly in these developments?
Well, I think one of the things we can do is look carefully at what our recommendations are to council for new development, new growth, and understand what the fiscal cost of enabling that looks like. and be able to share that information so that there's a different kind of decision-making around the costs of approval, and not just the approval itself.
So there's a few tools. Council could choose to approve or not approve a new development going forward, an NSP. That might be a very drastic tool to use and perhaps would not be recommended in terms of the market realities. There's also the more carrot approach in terms that council could look at incentives within the nodes and corridors, like tax programs for incentives as an example, and or the city perhaps fronting infrastructure in areas where council is trying to direct growth.
So just to interrupt, because I'll run out of time, but how does incentivizing the fronting of infrastructure, which is a public realm contribution, compel a different ratio of, okay, this many single-family lots, this many multifamily lots, and this many commercial spaces, so that you're actually, you're ultimately creating that more complete community experience in a compressed manner, as opposed to, I think, what many people experience these days in the suburbs, which is there's nothing around for a long, long time.
If the city was to front infrastructure in an area where we knew that was a challenge for a developer to be able to pay for it all, it allows for the development to happen at a quicker pace, because it doesn't require the developer to have to put as much capital into that in order for it to get started.
Okay, I'm out of time. I'll probably have one more round of questions, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. So, not to repeat too much of what Councillor Walters was asking, but my question is, what creates the priority? Is it the market demand that creates priority, or is it the city plan? And I think I heard you say that there's a balance, but more on that? How are we defining what is our priority versus what the market and what people want as a priority?
The city plan is the ultimate tool that administration will use to bring our recommendations to council. The market analysis that would be part of the growth management framework would be a component within the recommendations for you to consider.
So it's a consideration, but we might find ourselves in a place where people are saying, we want this, and the city's not going to let them have it, to be kind of dramatic about it, I guess.
Well, it's very early days in the scoping of the growth management framework, but we would take the city plan as the ultimate policy tool, and a market analysis would be given to council, and ultimately council would be the decision maker about whether or not you would want a neighborhood to proceed in the fashion that is suggested by the developer. I think the market analysis is important because we need to look at it in terms of the context of welcoming 1 more million people here and 520,000 jobs. We don't have this all figured out yet, but we do know that we're competing on a scale that's much larger than just Edmonton and Metro Edmonton. And so we want to make sure that we've got the type of neighborhoods and houses here that people are looking for when they're choosing Edmonton to invest in. So we don't have all the details yet, Councillor Cartmel, but we understand that's an important component of the work we're doing.
So, and remembering when Councillor Walters made that motion, this idea of, the next neighborhood is starting before this one is finished. And it sounds like we're looking to see that neighborhoods that are in progress are finished before the next one starts. So we're not leapfrogging, we're not spreading out faster and farther than we have to. We're filling in spaces. Does that lead to things like expropriations more frequently? So I'm thinking of, there's 2 big properties in my ward that if they were free for development would probably forestall development at the edges for 5, 10, 15 years. Are we willing to go to that step to make sure that we're filling in the gaps?
I don't know yet, because we're just at early days with this work. The city plan does not contemplate growing beyond our existing boundaries, and that is an important component of the city plan. So we'd have to look at it in terms of the overall context of the growth management framework, and where council is looking to direct growth in the long run at 2 million, which is towards nodes and corridors. Which tools do we need to use to get there? Expropriation, perhaps within our existing boundaries, seems to be within our existing boundaries, might be a tool if that was required as we look at that toolbox. So I can't say yes or no at this point because we're looking at all of those tools.
So it sounds like we're not, and maybe we are as these tools develop, but we're not necessarily considering denying an ASP or an NSP. We're saying, though, that if one proceeds that's not a city priority, that it might not see the city investment part if it moves along. That we're, in other words, in plainer language, go ahead and build your neighborhood, but that doesn't mean that the city investments are coming behind it.
That's potentially a tool, and administration through the land development application, through the public hearing process, might bring a non-support for that neighborhood, as an example. But it would ultimately be council who would make the decision about whether or not that proceeds.
And if that neighborhood proceeds and the public infrastructure investments don't follow and those citizens start phoning their councillor, how are we making that understood? Not ready yet, don't know yet.
No, I think part of that is administration's role, that when we bring a land development application to you, we need to be able to articulate what the benefits are associated with that land development application being approved and what some of the challenges are. And you are correctly pointing out that one of the challenges are when the amenities aren't there, or the roads aren't widened in a timely manner, that it's really challenging for residents that are currently living in those neighborhoods.
Well, which takes me back to, these properties that are now in the middle of big subdivisions that just will not release land to allow that neighborhood to complete its road network, to build the school, to put in the commercial development, to complete that neighborhood. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKean?
Thank you. And I asked some sort of rudimentary questions here for my understanding. We have a number of large brownfield opportunities still, Blatchford, the Northland site, the quarters that are nowhere near filled in yet. And they are maybe not treated as a priority, or are they treated as a priority with fronting the infrastructure, et cetera? Like, would we not, I guess I was really interested in Councillor Cartmel's questions about market demand, but on the other side, you've got all the Edmontonians that are already paying taxes, and they want bang for their buck. And we know a more spread out city is less efficient. So does that affect our priorities?
Councillor McKean, yes, it will. As we work towards the 2 million population, the nodes and corridors will definitely influence the recommendations that administration brings to you. So in the city plan, you'll notice that there's sequences of 1 to 1.25, 1.25 to 1.5, 1.5 to 1.75, and 1.75 to 2 million. And those growth patterns, what we're suggesting, are where the priorities should lie for the city. And we would look at what the toolbox of things that the city could do to help incent development, perhaps in the areas where development isn't happening. And look at the market demands at the same time as we're doing that work. And another important component of that is tying our capital budget process through the use of priority-based budgeting to the city plan phasing of growth.
Because it would seem to me that investing in ways that creates the most efficient city is a big part of this. Efficiency for the budget, efficiency as far as our environmental goals, those sorts of things have to be real top of mind, do they not? And I just think our reports to the future councils have to lay that out too. Would you agree, Ms. McCabe, that there are trade-offs here? And one of the things maybe we should not be trading off is the efficiency of civic services, so that we could keep pressure down on our budget over the long haul.
Councillor McKean, absolutely agree that there's trade-offs and choices to be made here, and that it's a fundamental component of the city plan. It asks what choices need to be made to be a resilient, healthy city, prosperous region at a population of 2 million. And our goal is to make sure that we bring a robust growth management framework to council to aid in your decision-making, to help understand how you're advancing towards that goal and advancing the priorities of the city plan towards that goal.
I guess ultimately, I wonder if a future council, and maybe we're already making decisions like this, but we want to build an efficient city and a vibrant city. And if that means that some people may choose to live out in the region, so be it.
Councillor McKean, yes, I'm not sure if there was a question there.
Well, there is a question. Is that a consequence that in the kind of city we wanted and implement, that we made the market choice that people make might be in some cases that they will move. We have to accept that some of them will move to neighboring municipalities.
Potentially. I don't think that the city plan isn't intended to set up a framework that's competing within the region. We want to work within the region, within Edmonton Metro, to be able to attract and retain talent to the Edmonton Metro region, and recognizing that each municipality will have their own value proposition for people when they land in the Edmonton Metro area. So one part of the city plan is that we will grow within our existing boundaries, and that we will work towards the nodes and corridors approach, which has been shown to be more fiscally sustainable for the city in the long run.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I'll go next. So this is exciting stuff. We've been talking about this for a long time. The growth management framework, in particular around infrastructure cost sharing and getting that right, is a continuing conversation. In the assessments that we've done historically on the neighborhood structure plans and the area structure plans that we've approved, one of the variables within that has been the amount of dollars per capita the city gets in terms of grants to offset the cost of providing that infrastructure that's in the city bucket. And let me just back up a little bit to say that I think attachment 1 of item 6.1 should be required reference for every candidate in the upcoming election, because it's not well understood who pays for what. So this is the clearest articulation of that I've seen yet in 14 years. So that, I just wanted to say kudos to that. But on the parts that land in there to make this tangible, that the city picks up or has historically picked up, like rec centers, fire halls, et cetera, that we might be able to use levies for, we've historically offset that either with tax-supported debt on all taxpayers or using grants, chiefly MSI, over the last fair years. Fair to say that that's how we've squared the circle on the cost of growth?
That is fair to say.
Okay, so building on that then, that was why we worked so hard with successive governments of Alberta over many years to secure a city charter and ultimately a legislated fiscal framework, so that we would have certainty going forward what we'd have coming in on a per capita basis in the form of grants to stack on top of the developer contributions that we had, plus the taxpayer contributions for the broadly benefiting infrastructure to make growth sustainable for the city. Fair to say that the fiscal framework and as once enshrined in the city charter, now in the fiscal framework for all municipalities, is an essential ingredient to making sure that growth is sustainably financed for the city of Edmonton and all municipalities in Alberta for that matter.
Yes, it is.
So what do we do when we hear that there is a potential double-digit cut again coming to that legislated fiscal framework? What would that mean for the costs of growth and the fiscal model for sustainable growth for the city of Edmonton going forward? It would disrupt that model, yes?
Yes, it would.
And we'd have two choices: higher taxes or higher levies.
That's correct.
Or a third, which is to say, no, you can't grow there.
That's correct.
So if it would be in the development industry's strong interest, if they are listening in, to provide feedback to the government of Alberta that our carefully constructed shared understanding of the fiscal framework for growth management depends on certainty going forward of those grants. Fair?
That's a fair assessment.
In your conversations with them, in the extensive industry engagement around this, would you say that they understand that?
Yeah, I would say so.
That's my impression as well from my conversations with them. So, I mean, I'm asking some rhetorical questions here to illustrate the point that the fragility of this model is part, because we can come to an arrangement between ourselves and our taxpayers and our developers about what is a just way of doing this, and then have the apple cart upset every couple of years when the government of Alberta pulls the pin on our fiscal framework for our grants. So I really want to flag that as a risk to this process going into this budget, and what it'll mean. Now, there are some other tools as well that might help us with this. We talked about in the budget, as it would pertain to potentially an alternate to offsite levies to rec centers. There are some other models out there that look more like tax increment financing. We don't have access to those tools now, but if we did, that could be an offset to a dependency on levies and the red tape associated with those and the timing issues associated with those. But the offset against that for us would be that would have debt implications, debt management implications for us. Fair?
That's fair.
Well, I think that's worth exploring with the industry as a potential reordering of this to make sure that all those amenities that Councillor Cartmel and Councillor Walters described are available in the greenfield contexts, and also that the aging amenities are replaced and upgraded accordingly in the infill context, as we discussed in the context of Scona Pool, for example. So talk to me a little bit about, we've talked a lot about suburban growth. How will this impact infrastructure prioritization and rehabilitation and expansion to accommodate growth in the infill nodes?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think infill is the kind of exciting piece of this work because we need to develop a better understanding of what our capacity is and what are the right tools. So you mentioned levies, Your Worship, and those are a fantastic tool in greenfield. They're much more challenging to apply in infill contexts, especially when you're looking at things like recreation facilities. So I think one of the great things about the growth management framework is it will enable us to take a broader look at all possible tools and try to assign the best ones for the type of infrastructure we're talking about. Because, you know, partnership with EPCOR on working toward the city plan goals is something that's going very well. The pipes are important, the roads are important, we have some good policies in place for that. But what we don't yet have is how to balance the benefit of some of the kind of softer types of infrastructure, such as recreation, with who's the user, what area is it in. There are all kinds of other considerations. And once you bring in infill, it's even more complicated because, you know, we have bits and pieces of an infill area that develop at a time. And so it's more challenging to model and forecast our costs for that. But I do think that adding the growth management lens to priority-based budgeting will be a great first kick at being able to assign priorities for the city as a whole.
Agreed. On this, or I guess, no, on the first round, Councillor Essinger, go ahead.
Thank you. And I wanted to follow up with Mayor Iverson's comment. Attachment 1 I thought was great. But it made me think about timing because many of the items here talked about who pays, but we can't control, for example, when the province would put a new school in or would refurbish an old school in another neighborhood. So I began to think about how do we communicate prioritizing that when we are going through our work, because we know communities want a school and other communities are losing a school and how that changes that dynamic. So I'm wondering if we're having conversations in and around school boards as we're planning out some of this work.
Councillor Essinger, Rob Smythe and I have had a number of meetings with the school boards about our overall policy goals and how we work together on achieving those policy goals. So that'll continue to be an important focus for us as we go forward, as we understand that 15-minute city and the amenities required within that 15-minute city.
Thank you. And in that 15-minute city, we know the value that community places on, for example, green space. But often that's the last thing that is put together in a neighborhood. I know I have a neighborhood of people who have lived there for 10 years, still waiting for their green space to be assembled. So I'm wondering how we work to get some of that work done in this plan. And the other question I have is, Councillor Walters talked about the value of having a place to grab something to eat in your local neighborhood. One thing that worries me is childcare, because often people live there way before there's space for childcare. Are these part of our conversations as we create this plan into the future?
I can't speak to the childcare component as specifically, but certainly there is a report on parks and unfunded parks that will be coming forward in April, and we've certainly looked at that report and remarked on how a growth management approach could be helpful in addressing concerns related to open space. And certainly we're working closely with the school boards and with real estate as well on some of those issues.
Ms. Tui's on the line, who's leading the work around the 15-minute city and the definition of that. And perhaps she could speak to childcare and the lens we're putting on that.
Councillor Essinger, that is something that we will be thinking of, and we'll be bringing forward a report to you tomorrow to outline what we're doing on district planning. But recognize also that we're at the very beginning stages and we're just scoping it out. So we don't have answers yet, but that's a great thought for us to put in our planning lens.
Because I know we're probably using the GBA plus lens, and so that would be an corporate consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thank you. So just to kind of circle back, would we at any point consider having, when NSPs are submitted, a more detailed business case associated with those that council could actually see, over time? Specifically, these are where the costs are going to be incurred. This is what our projected budget capacity is going to be at that point in time when X amenity is going to be required, et cetera, really to help us understand not just the planning decisions we're making by approving an NSP, but the financial ones as well.
Yeah, so, I hesitate to say this because I know IIMP isn't everyone's favorite word, but we've certainly met with the staff that oversee the IIMPs and have been looking for ways to adapt the way that they're used. We think there's some good foundational information there, but it needs to be worked on a little bit. And I think that there's some good opportunity to bring it into a growth management component of work.
So yes?
Yes.
Okay. And those are integrated infrastructure management plans that I think are, how they're executed is one thing, but it's really more of an eyes wide open exercise for council when approving, if you approve this is what the financial implications are going to be at that period of time, right?
That's correct, Councillor. That's the idea with growth management, is
Yeah.
to have the information.
Then the execution of that in terms, back to the quality of life questions, which is really what I think we're in the business of here, is creating a quality of life. I appreciate the market forces, are really important here, and I don't want to understate those or be too romantic about things, but ultimately people want a quality of life. So in the planning process, is there a way, for example, if you looked at the number of, within an NSP, then you go to the subdivision level, then you're kind of, creating a kind of target ratio of the number of residential building and, development and building permits that are given out in ratio with the number of commercial permits that are giving out. So you're kind of sort of forcing the complete community concept into existence as opposed to just kind of praying for it to occur.
Potentially, I think we need to make sure that we're really thoughtful about the right tools to
Right.
implement that concept, but
Of
that,
course.
that could be something that we'll explore through this process.
Right. And again, the metric that we're after is the quality of life metric. You know, being very mindful that we can't fantasize about certain things. The market will have a lot of influence over that, but as much as, you know, trying to create that balance, I think is what I'm after there. So the offsite levies work just in terms of the broader kind of fiscal framework. Now, that was an enabling legislation for us, and there was I don't think we've, you know, I can't remember the last time we got an update on where we were with all that. And I know there's the province may see offsite levies or more of them as red tape. So where are we in sort of cobbling that together?
We've been actively engaging with industry on offsite levies, and we're working towards bringing a bylaw forward to council by the end of this year at the latest. So we're very much in active negotiations and engagement with industry on that right now as we speak.
Okay. And then just one more question as it relates to the larger infill opportunities. We had set in motion the strategic liquidation of some of our own suburban land holdings and pacing that into the sale of those, the proceeds of those sales into a fund that could support some of the expenses related to public realm improvements in those big infill opportunities. So is there an update on that coming to council at some point?
Ms. Pearson would have to be able to give the update on that.
Will we see it before some of us are gone?
I can look into that, Councillor, and ensure you get a report.
Whatever you could do. That would be great. And I think that's, you know, we note that one of our challenges with supporting the infill, the big infill pieces is financial, and wherever we can create tools and capacity, we should. Agreed?
That's correct. Understanding the full toolbox and nodes,
Councillor
important nodes and
yeah.
corridors is critical to this work.
Right.
And Councillor, the report's coming back March 1st.
March 1st. Excellent. I'll make sure I'm here that day.
Where else would any of us be? Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So just a few more somewhat random thoughts. An NSP goes forward not in a priority area. People move there, and then there's some safety considerations. And this is perhaps a bit granular, but things like crosswalks and signalization of traffic signals, which are city investments. So my question here would actually be, is there a way to have that infrastructure become part of the base infrastructure that developers provide?
It is right now, in terms of it's conditioned through the subdivision. So at subdivisions, we look at collector and local roads and where their crosswalks should be. And zebra crosswalks are conditioned for all mid-block crossing locations, as well as curb extensions are conditioned. Now, some of that is newer practice, so you will not have perhaps seen it in neighborhoods that are quite a bit older, but we are making sure to capture that going forward now.
So if I can say it this way, the general idea is that we've got a collection of fixed assets we already own and have developed and have a shared maintenance requirement for. And ideally, if we can bring more people to Edmonton without adding to that fixed asset mix, we're more efficient, we're more cost efficient. Perhaps taxes don't go down, but they stay the same. There's a financial element to this that says if we can make better use of our of our roads and pipes and wires and cables and transit and schools, that we're all better for it.
That is the essential foundation of the city plan, is that 2 million population that is financially more sustainable for the city to advance a nodes and corridors approach to growth.
So if we fill in the spaces before we add more to the edge, fundamentally that's what we're after.
The reason why I'm hesitating to answer that question exactly is a yes or no, because it's more nuanced than that.
Yeah.
There's a lot underway right now in that first population horizon that would suggest that we wouldn't do something that we wouldn't recommend to council to make a bold change in what's underway in the first 250,000 increment. And really, that growth management framework is all about the investments that council wants to make to direct growth going forward. So it's about setting that foundation right now over the next few years to help inform the next council's decision-making.
But if we're talking about, see, what I'm trying to get to is this idea of what does infill mean? And so when we look at core and mature neighborhoods, infill means Blatchford, Exhibition Lands, Rossdale. When you move to inside the Henday, infill means those things plus surplus school sites, plus other infill opportunities, plus rezonings. When you move a little farther outside the Henday, and we have neighborhoods that are outside the Henday that are half-built, it means those lots that have somehow been crystallized that we cannot access, which is causing leapfrog development. We're talking about roadway networks that are not yet complete. We're talking about other infrastructure networks that are not yet complete, which is not necessarily adding to the edge of the city as much as it is filling in the spaces that we've already said we can develop. Do we need to broaden our definition of what infill is or what filling in is?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Councillor Cartmell, and that is why we're looking at the different development pattern areas as potentially having different focuses or goals because of exactly what you said.
So I think it was the city of Portland and maybe the Portland region that actually went to the point of drawing a line around its city and calling that the development limit. Are we thinking of that? Too soon to say?
I think that's way too soon to say that, Councillor. I think, as I said, a very foundation of the city plan is growth within the existing boundaries. And at this point, I would not be comfortable making a recommendation about, in the long term, about what the right tool is for that, because we really do need to work with the region and work with the regional partners in terms of looking at growth in the EMRB and with the provincial government. That it's too. I would hesitate to suggest that as a tool today.
I know I'm asking you provocative questions because I feel this tension between the expectations we've laid out over the last many generations, and that includes the expectations we've given our developers, which say we will pay for finishing last year's subdivision with the beginning of this year's subdivision. And to change those expectations and to essentially change the playing field means being clear about our intentions. So if our intention is to theoretically, conceptually, draw a ring around the city, we should be clear about that.
I think we're being very clear with council that growth within our existing boundaries and the phasing and staging through the city plan at the 250,000 population increments is really foundational to achieving the vision of that vibrant urban city that's Edmontonians indicated that they wanted through the city plan. And in order to achieve that, what will have to be done is prioritization and tough choices associated with the priorities in order to achieve those 250,000 person increments. And really what's foundational to that is that economic development component of trying to get people to live here, attracting and retaining talent, attracting and retaining jobs to Edmonton. So Councillor Cartmell, our intention as administration is to bring the information forward so that council can make robust decisions around that. We'll bring that information forward in a number of ways through the capital budget process and creating that link to the priority-based budgeting so that it is clear about the choices. The other one is through the land development applications and whether we would put a support or non-support. But in order to do that work, we need to first set the foundation in place of the growth management framework. And that's the work that we have underway right now, is to understand what are all the tools in the toolbox and how do we best activate those tools.
Thank you.
Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And sorry, I just jumped in. Councillor Cartmell, this question has caused me to want to ask one question. So you had responded that in certain cases, of course, the developers are responsible for certain pieces of infrastructure, certain parts of the development. I guess what I wanted to ask is, I have at least one example, but I imagine it's something that would be seen citywide, where I have a developer who wants to and has already committed to paying for infrastructure. In this case, it's a traffic signal and 2 traffic signals. They were ready to pay for it and build them 2 years ago on a roadway for a new subdivision that was ready to go. And yet, because we have to, or at least we've set up the system so that we have to program them, they haven't been able to proceed, and yet the safety issue remains. And so I'm wondering if we're, as part of this work, so I don't want to focus on that specific example, I'm working on it. But I do want to ask the question, if we're looking at our processes to see if there's certain things we need to be doing so that that doesn't become a barrier. So, is there a way to work with developers to let them program into our existing system on a traffic signal? Is there a way to let them do something so that when they want to pay for this, we can actually proceed with things and not have to wait a couple of years?
Yeah, potentially Councillor Knack will absolutely need to look at that and look at it in terms of even who builds the infrastructure. Is it the city that builds it, or is it the developer that builds it? And it's not just the city and across city administration, it also includes how we work with EPCOR. So that's going to be a really important component of this work, and EPCOR will be at the table to help figure that exactly out. If somebody else builds it, who activates it?
Yeah. Okay, that's helpful. And I'll share this example with you just so you have that in for context and something that you might use for the next steps of work. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on these reports? So we're going to come back at these a few different ways, it looks like, including the fiscal policy implications in a couple of months or couple of weeks, actually. March 1st.
That's for our sites, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay. But the other tax policy discussion as well, that one's coming in March as well.
That's correct.
Yeah. So I think all the levers that are identified in the fiscal policy, we're going to start to work on, and we'll have greater clarity after the provincial budget about what, if any, impacts there are to the fundamentals of this. So I've got no further questions at this time, but I feel like this is something we've been chipping away at for years and years and years, and it's progressing well. So you want to move receipt of information of these?
Information 6.1 and 6.2.
Okay, thank you. Anyone wishing to speak? Not
Sure, just
Councillor Walters.
Well, I do want to thank everybody who's been involved in this thinking. The city plan is one thing, but now the implementation of it is a whole other ball game. And it's worth noting that we can have higher expectations, not just of what we achieve in our infill circumstances, but in our continued suburban developments as are allowed, of course, in the city plan. NSPs aren't rubber stamping exercises. They need to ultimately be the creation of complete communities that offer people an excellent quality of life. That's what we're here to do, and I think this work and these questions are really critical to us achieving that, not just us, but in the kind of partnership we have with industry, who are the builders. So thank you for the work, and look forward to talking about it more as we roll through 2021. Many thank yous.
Please vote. My device has gone to sleep on me here, so, here we go.
We're just missing Councillor Hamilton's vote.
Yeah, it didn't show up on mine, but I'm a yes.
We have 5 votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried. All right, next up then is 6.3, incentive options to support 2021 land development. So this had been put on the floor of council by Councillor Cartmel and then referred here so that we could, after a bit of debate, think about the scope of this a little bit and also collect some input from stakeholders. And we've got 2 speakers here. So I think probably what I'm going to suggest is that we hear from them, ask questions of them, and then come back to questions of administration. But if there's anything, Ms. McCabe or Mr. Corbould, do you want to put on the table before we hear from the speakers, or wait to react to some of what we hear? Okay, all right. So is it okay if we go to the speakers first then? Okay. So Mr. Cole and Mr. Watchko are up. They're both well familiar with the protocols here. They're slightly different, though they're virtual, but you've each got 5 minutes, as you will be accustomed to. And so we'll hear from Mr. Cole first, then Mr. Watchko, and then stay on the line, both of you, as I'm sure there'll be some questions for you. So, and I trust you both have a copy of the wording available of the motion and the substance of what we're discussing, but we'll look to you for your reactions now. Mr. Cole.
Great, thank you. Hopefully everybody can hear me all right.
Yeah, we can. Proceed.
Excellent. So thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Cole. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Urban Development Institute, here with my colleague, Jody Watchko. I just want to quickly note a few items before I speak, maybe specific to the motion. So maybe first off, we came here to speak to this motion and in a bit of reaction, I guess, to the conversation over the last week, but certainly some really good and interesting conversation this morning here on items 6.1, 6.2 as well. And I think, some good alignment between this initiative and that discussion as well. Also, we advocate for all forms of urban development. Our members build in both the core downtown as well as throughout the city. We strongly support a vibrant downtown, and I think, as you heard at executive committee previously from one of our members, the incentive that was previously discussed is one tool, and we certainly applaud council for taking that step. Key points, I think, with respect to this motion today, like I said, I think it's actually fairly aligned with the discussion that was just held in items 6.1 and 6.2. The original engagement back in November on this was how to catalyze private high-impact construction. And, there's no geographic or other limitations to that initial discussion, and it was focused on that specific question. And we had a great session with staff, and there was a lot of really good initial ideas that were generated. Some of which were summarized in the report that were presented to council. And really, the economy was the impetus for this. And in fact, I think, it's worth noting with COVID this whole last year, it's made us feel like, this last year is 5 years, and it's difficult to remember that coming into the start of this time last year, we were in a very challenging market. In fact, a recession in 2019. Prior to the pandemic hitting and oil pricing crashing to negative pricing around this time last year. So specific to our industry, which as you know, and was just discussed as well, it requires some significant upfront capital investment. And last year, investment really stopped once the market and the pandemic hit. There's job losses, there was rollbacks pretty consistently across all organizations. Sales did recover more than we expected, which is great news. But those sales were better than expected relative to the expectations of a recession and a pandemic. It's still a very challenging market that we're in. So, if a company in our industry is lucky enough to make any profit on a project right now, given the risk and uncertainty out there, it needs to be considered relative to that. Not just upfront capital investment, but the total amount invested into any project. And the reality is, if you're investing $50 million upfront right now, you're likely more able to make money in government bonds or other less risky products. So companies will look to other markets, other forms of investment, for that magnitude of investment. So. Most economic forecasts think that this recovery will be a marathon, not a sprint. Nationally, the Edmonton market will face some significant challenges in that recovery. So, we wanted to come here today, show support for this motion, and ultimately the continuation of that engagement that started in November of last year. And frankly, the continuation of the conversation and the dialogue that we continue to have with admin, who have been very supportive on this. We want to make sure we're positioned well to be prepared to, to run that sprint in the near term, but more importantly, run that marathon. For example, some of the discussion this morning, looking at ways to finance infrastructure and advance community amenities and development. Some great initial ideas there, but we're at the very start of that discussion and look forward to continuing it. So I think, there's a lot of work that can happen here. It's at the start of that process, as was discussed. But I think we're aligned on some key initiatives like creating jobs and investments in the city, looking at investments with a return back to the city through the growth of tax base, looking at options right across the city and redeveloping and new development that's aligned with the city plan, looking at ways we can leverage scarce capital and have that multiplier effect. Also want to mention that we understand nobody has a lot of cash right now, and this isn't about looking for cash incentives, but rather about creative ways that we can work together to finance infrastructure, manage cash flow, work with the city, industry, utilities, senior levels of government, all that discussion that was just had this morning as well. So this isn't a unique exercise to the city. This is happening everywhere. It's a challenge everywhere, and it's a great opportunity for us if we can move forward with that. Another point I'd like to make is our provincial association, Build Alberta, has an initiative specific to looking at funding and financing of infrastructure, and we'll be engaging with the province on this. This is very, very early days, but we think that this motion here before us today would provide an opportunity for industry to work with the city collaboratively at the local level, but also at the provincial level. So, we're here to offer our support for the motion and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Next up is Jody Wachko.
So good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of Exec Committee. I don't want to reiterate the points that Mr. Cole has made. We've kind of tried to coordinate our presentations. I'll maybe add a little bit of color and maybe some additional examples to what he's saying. A couple of things in terms of why we're supporting this motion, and we're seeing this as a great win-win opportunity potentially for both our industry and administration and the citizens of Edmonton, is COVID and some of the other economic, well, they're not bumps, they're major walls that we've run into, is forcing everyone in all aspects of business and administration to look at things a little bit differently. And it's accelerating a lot of that. So we see this as a wonderful opportunity where we can talk a little bit about potentially a different model for the funding and investment in backbone infrastructure that we all need to continue to build our city. A couple of key points. I don't believe that any of our industry right now are looking at grants or a spend by the city. And I use that term very, very deliberately, spend. I would suggest that what we would be looking at generally is an investment, i.e. it's an upfronting, it's an assistance to carry for cash flow, but it will get paid back through growth and development. And what it does is it mitigates a more muted market and a longer timeline that may, for something that has absolute merit, but just isn't as certain or would take longer, that under today's uncertain times and the lending world's reluctance to maybe invest in Alberta the way they used to, maybe there's a way to work together to bridge that, to continue to meet our mutual goals. So that's the first thing that I wanted to make that differentiate between spend and invest. And I believe everything that we're going to talk about is how it's not a grant. It's a way to help fund and then recuperate. Secondly, on Mr. Cole's point, I did hear some of the discussion that the housing industry is booming in Edmonton and we had a great year. I can't reiterate enough that that is only relative to what we were talking about in March and April. So if you thought that you were going to get hit in the head with a baseball bat and all that you did was get punched in the head, it's not as bad and it feels better, but it's still far from a healthy and vibrant industry. So like the city of Edmonton and administration, we are sharing a lot of the same challenges in navigating and predicting the next few years. We were very grateful for how we were as an industry able to manage our inventory over the last year, and that we did have some sales, but a lot of that was standing anyway, and a lot of that was done with aggressive pricing and a look to move it. So I just wanted to bring that context as well. Again, we're grateful, and it was a lot better than we thought of, but in context of where we came out of 15, 16, 17, 18, and a recession in 19, it's not like we're flying high or anything like that. And the last thing is on the completion of neighborhoods and some of the conversation that was heard on the private or the previous items. I think this is a great opportunity for us to look at aligning public and private expenditures to complete areas that are currently developing or approved. Councillor Cartmel had talked about some holes in the donut. Some of that is servicing, some of that is velocity. But I think if we're looking at completing these areas, we can achieve even some of the other goals. We were talking about a 15-minute city. We were talking about non-residential amenities like commercial. If you can complete an area, get more rooftops, get more customers, and maybe that coffee shop's business plan will actually work sooner, and they can actually go in and pay a market rent, get the appropriate financing to actually get that business going. So even though we're here to talk about this motion, I think it does lead to a lot of the other goals that we discussed in items 6.1 and 6.2. So not to reiterate, but those are kind of a little bit more in the way of color that I wanted to add, and happy to answer any questions, and thank you for the time.
Well, thank you both. I'll go first to Councillor Cartmel for questions, and then we'll build a list.
Thank you, Mr. Wacko, Mr. Cole, for being here today. A few questions to both of you. I just want to sort of maybe highlight some of the points you made. First, to Mr. Wacko, we've had a conversation this morning about complete neighborhoods, and you've hit upon this, and some of that is public infrastructure, things like schools, libraries, rec centers. Some of that is the commercial development that allows people to stay in their neighborhoods for things like shopping, daycare, those kinds of things. Is it fair to say that there's a certain number of, like you said, rooftops that are required in a particular neighborhood, on a particular block, within a particular community to make those commercial developments viable? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And we've got a number of neighborhoods that are not, that don't quite have enough of those rooftops to make some of these commercial things viable. Is there more that we could do to make these existing spaces, get them to a point where they're perhaps more market competitive, where we can, where they will fill in a bit more and hit that critical mass and see that commercial development arrive?
Yeah, just for some context, Cantiro is also a commercial developer. We tend to develop in our own master plan communities as we do see the amenity value. But you're absolutely correct. If there's a way that when you go to lease out a center or a building and you can show predictable lease up and growth of what would be the commercial ventures business base, people, residents, and you can clearly give them confidence that it will develop out in a reasonable fashion as opposed to holes in the donut, you've got a much better chance of having them have interest and taking a business chance and venture in your area as opposed to playing it safe and looking at another area. So yes, it does help greatly.
One constriction we seem to have, at least this is the feedback I get, is that we get to a certain point with our roadway network, and then our roadway network is constricted, is congested. It does not support a few more rooftops to get to those commercial developments. So is there room here to kind of finish what we started in a few places and see those neighborhoods finish off that would allow some of the developments we're looking for?
Well, yes. If there's funding or infrastructure constraints in terms of extending a road or a large diameter pipe that is just not as feasible, that's kind of what we're talking about. That if we could find a creative way where some of that is an alignment between public and private expenditures, then yes, we have a much better way to complete some of these areas. I wouldn't advocate for picking winners and losers, but if there's an area that's going and there's a constraint where there's a next tranche of a large extension of a road or a pipe, and we can address that, then I think our goals for that area, and it's always site-specific, are not mutually exclusive. They're actually very complementary.
Am I right in saying, so I'm using roads as a specific example, and we have the ARA, which allows for, for developers to essentially pay in for the future completion of roadways. But am I right in saying that between the pandemic and the economic downturn we saw previously to that because development is not proceeding at the pace anticipated, dollars are not going into those ARA funds, which means that roadway developments or enhancements or completions are not happening as fast as we otherwise anticipated? Is that a fair line of thinking?
That's a very fair line of thinking, yes.
So I'll come back to that with questions to administration. So to Mr. Cole, you spoke of Build Alberta, and it's my understanding that they are putting forward a concept that's more or less a revolving fund that might be funded by the province, but would see money go in and out to allow infrastructure investments to be made today and paid back essentially tomorrow. Is that your understanding as well of what they're proposing?
My understanding is that that's one option that they're looking at. I think they're looking at all options on the table. They are at the very beginning of this process as well. I believe they're going to be doing a multi-jurisdictional scan to look at other financing tools that are in other markets. It could be, tax increment related financing or something like that. So I believe they'll be looking at a number of options and some of the constraints that they have, legislative or otherwise, to solve the same problem that we're talking about here today, which is really that upfront infrastructure cash flow.
And how do you see the city being a partner with the industry in putting forward some of those Build Alberta ideas?
Like I said, I think we're trying to solve the same fundamental problems in terms of financing infrastructure. Our industry association works closely hand in hand with the provincial association. So I think there's a great opportunity to bridge both locally and provincially those conversations to make sure that, all information on all stakeholders' sides are considered. Because there's going to be challenges on all sides to find out these options, and not all options will win. But the goal is to all work together to find at least one that can work better.
Thank you. That's my time. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thanks. So Tim asked my question about the Build Alberta work. So maybe, Mr. Wachko, just go through it in a little more detail and a little more slowly what you mean by the sort of investment track. So the city would invest, something gets funded, you build it, neighborhood grows as a result of the infrastructure being provided, and then the payback is what we would normally get if you had done it with private financing. So I'm just wondering what the difference is.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Walters. Good question. So really, the difference in a way is typically what we will do as a development industry is we will finance through banks the extensions of what we're calling off-site infrastructure. So to get to your property or to your edge, it's tens of millions before you turn a wheel on your development lands. And that's typically carried on a financing perspective as the area develops out and you pay the bank back. In addition to you pay the bank back on the financing for your on-site development. Because the market is muted, and the size of your stage and the velocity is not as great, there's sometimes the ratios that you need are not aligning. You're not going to bring on 300 lots in your first stage in this market, but you kind of need that revenue potentially to finance the extension of those services. So the idea is that if there's a way that you can work with public and private dollars to co-extend or to have the public entity upfront that as we develop and maybe do those 300 stages over 3 or 4 years and get paid back a proportion per stage, it's the carry of the cash flow to get to that end point that is the concern now, and it's all tied to velocity, predictability, and costs. So if there's a way to help the upfront carry, it's not that money is gone forever in that infrastructure. It would be paid back. It just would be paid back over time as opposed to a one up front and then a carry on the development. I don't know if that clarifies for you.
So, I think so. So basically, and I'm just trying to understand what this precise ask is, right? So if these things in a non-muted market would be financed completely through private financing.
Yes.
And so the question for us is, since the market's muted, some of it would be privately financed and some of it could be financed by the city.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that we need to make that decision today, but it's one of those maybe unrecognized or undiscussed tools that before the pandemic and this current economic situation that we haven't collectively looked at. And as I said in my earlier comments, we're now forced to potentially look at that, and it's worth the conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councillor Carmel?
Sorry, for administration, I clicked too quick.
Okay, other questions for our panelists? Not seeing any. Thank you both for joining us this morning. Feel free to stay on the call to monitor the questions of administration here, but we'll shift now based on in part on your comments to questions of admin. Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. So a combination of conversations this morning, and we've heard the tension about maybe getting ahead of ourselves in terms of incenting additional land being developed as opposed to what I'm going to call filling in the gaps or filling in some of the spaces that, or some of the investments that are not being made primarily from a cash flow basis. And is there something there? Is there an opportunity for the city to get involved in easing that cash flow crunch so as to see some of the infrastructure investments that would have ordinarily been made on the presumption, I guess, that if that unlocks a bit more of development in approved spaces, that we see the payback?
Potentially, we'd have to go away and explore it and understand where from industry that a tool like that would have to be used. And I think it would be important for us to bring the information to council about alignment to city plan and what the payback periods would be associated with using any tool like that.
So, Mayor Iveson, I've got revised wording for a motion. I'm not sure if procedurally that's appropriate, but it's more in line with that.
Again, our role at committee is to make recommendations for council, and those, if we wish, and those recommendations may include either amendments or substitute wording. So it's fair to recommend that the motion on the floor be withdrawn and that the following motion be made in its place. And so if you have additional or a substitute wording to that effect that you're prepared to table today, we can take it that far, and then council will have to do the rest.
Of course, yeah. I do have revised or alternative wording that I've shared with the clerk, and I can read that in.
Yeah, please.
If I can find the screen to see it. And so that would be that the motion on the floor be replaced with the following: that administration engaged industry and EPCOR analyzing existing and previously used tools and determine alignment to the city plan direction for major infrastructure projects. For example, major roadway or major utility infrastructure that, as demonstrated by industry, have current cash flow challenges and might not readily proceed without different tools, and provide a report to committee.
Okay, so that can certainly be committee's recommendation, so that's in order. Thank you. Questions on that, or did you want to speak to it? Or?
I can speak to it very briefly. I will speak to this by way of example. So in my ward, we have Ellerslie Road, and there's a stretch of Ellerslie Road that has challenges in being, first of all, reconstructed from the rural alignment that it is, and then secondly, widened to a four-lane roadway. That roadway, among other things, is critical to providing congestion and transportation relief and safety. That corridor would include active transportation paths and would be home to a cross-city transit line, effectively a transit line under the new BNR that would be one of those all-day, every-day, 10-minute routes that road cannot support right now. This is a road that's been long promised. There's a lot of people that live in Heritage Valley that are expecting that roadway to be built. So by way of example, that's a project that would proceed in any event anyway, except for this cash flow thing that the basin of developers are seeing. So if we can advance that project as an example by investing some dollars in the ARA that serves that basin, and reap the return of those dollars from ARA as further development permits and developers put their dollars into it. There's other examples. Meridian Street would be another example of a roadway that really doesn't have any sort of a funding source at the moment, but is a very unsafe roadway for the people that are compelled to use it. So this would do that. It's not necessarily unlocking additional land, which I understand council is sensitive to, but is helping the developer community meet its current commitments to people that have already moved into these communities. With advancement of the roadway network, with advancement of the other utility networks, we then might see a bit more uptake of the property that's been developed there that would then further lead to those more complete communities. It would attract that commercial development, perhaps attract that next school, that kind of a thing. So it begins to incent movement that otherwise won't happen.
Councillor Walters.
So I think this is a question for the mover, but I think your last few sentences answered it. But just to clarify, so it's not necessarily about unlocking new land, which, banks won't finance it because the market's muted. I'd wonder why, and I know there's room for more conversation about that, but I'd wonder why we would. But as it relates to, areas that are already under significant development, that's what the focus of this is.
Yes, that's what the focus of this would be. It's, this started from a place of, quite frankly, some consternation I had last week where we were concentrating on a particular set of partners and not all of our potential partners. But understanding the sensitivity from a city plan perspective, that if we focus on what is already approved and not getting into new spaces, that perhaps there's a middle ground here that we can hit both points.
Okay, well, this motion's, I do thank you for restating it. Thanks.
Be a couple of questions for administration. I think the examples we talked about have been residential, and I'm aware of some of those, but some of these constraints might also exist in some of our industrial contexts as well. And so just to verify that we wouldn't limit ourselves to looking at the res if there were industrial developers with similar constraints. If this were to pass, I assume we'd be open to that feedback as well.
Yes, Your Worship, we would. We do already have the revolving industrial servicing fund to help with unlocking land in industrial neighborhoods, but we'd look at it within the context of that tool and perhaps if there is amendment needed to that tool through this process.
Well, if there's some additional capacity, because I think that's capped at a certain amount.
It is, yeah, that's
You
correct.
built it, so you would remember
Yes.
better than I would. So we do have some precedent for that, and there's some ROIs there a little bit more immediate in terms of lower costs to provide services and higher revenues off the land. So it's a little bit different business case there on Mr. Watchko's ROI, direct ROIs to the city. But if they're paybacks in the form of levies and these are timing issues, then the question of how we might use our financing capacity similarly on the residential side, I think is fair to explore. And this would, I assume then that this might align with some of those other conversations we're having about how to square the circle on growth management and cost allocation and timing.
It would help inform that as well as potentially off-site levies. I think we need to just go cautiously into this. I'm not sure that we'll be able to have all of the analysis to bring these options forward, but there's definitely many trade-offs associated with any type of program that council would approve in this space. And this motion would allow us to explore some of those options and bring those trade-offs forward to you.
The other question that, and I appreciate that because I would want some administrative commentary on recommendations. I'm assuming this doesn't sort of open Pandora's box to extending infrastructure into other areas that haven't been approved for growth yet or are contemplated, would leapfrog the growth management framework we were just talking about. I assume that would be out of bounds from administration's perspective.
We would like it to be out of bounds from that perspective, and frankly, we would like to narrow this very much. I am concerned about becoming a bank, and so you'll hear some commentary from a financial perspective when those options come forward.
Well, if it's big enough, there is a bank that's trying to figure out how to do this kind of thing called the Canada Infrastructure Bank, and rather than a bunch of different municipalities do this on their own, the notion of aggregating or bundling through to that entity to deal with timing issues that have a payback. Maybe there are some other agglomerated or mutualized opportunities here, if to the extent we may not be the only major city dealing with this. So I don't want to become a bank either, but if we could syndicate essentially with some others who are looking at the same issues.
And I take the point on the growth management and pieces, but this does have long-term paybacks, these type of incentive programs we're looking at. So they do tie tax growth, which we typically use to pay for the services in those areas, to debt servicing and other pieces. So we'd have to really explore how we do this in a way that doesn't tie your hands or that of future councils.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think they're co-benefits questions, because since this arose partly in the context of the downtown incentive, the co-benefits there related to eyes on the street during construction and eyes on the street and momentum for downtown, and also maintaining capacity in vertical construction, because if you lose that, that becomes a real challenge in a community. So there were some co-benefits there. I assume this would look to see those co-benefits as they economically on the capacity side and on the orderly growth side. If it allows us to get the critical mass in an area to pay for a fire station, say, or achieve some other sustainability end in a fiscally or service provision wise, I assume that those co-benefits would have to be part of the scoring of something like this to justify intervention above and beyond what we normally do to facilitate growth. Fair?
That was a component of that downtown incentive program that we brought forward, is looking at those co-benefits and making sure that there was a strong city plan alignment. So when working with industry on this program, we would definitely look to understand what the co-benefits are from their perspective, as well as work across the city to understand co-benefits and city plan alignment.
And if I could just add a quick one, I think the way the motion is written here, it allows us to look at, non-monetary options as well. So there are other things we can do with developers, I think, in terms of how we pace, not sort of change what the obligations are to support the development, but perhaps how we change the pace of how that work is done that more aligns with their development plan. And that would be an option that wouldn't cost us anything. But could definitely help developers. So that we will look at that as part of this, and this motion allows us to do that.
Okay. Other questions? Others speaking to it? I had one more question, actually. Just on the question of scope, because that was the other reason it was referred here, was to get it to a manageable point to be turned around, because I think the 6 months, when it was fairly open-ended, it was a 6-month industry engagement parallel to everything else we've been talking to. Does this narrow it up enough to adjust that number, Ms. McCabe?
We're going to aim to bring a report back in April, so it does narrow it a bit, but that would be a limited engagement process similar to what we did for the downtown, which is one workshop and a bunch of one-on-one meetings with some industry members as we work through this. And we'll have a first level of analysis for committee to consider at that point, and we'll make sure to include in the report areas of analysis that we would think we'd need further information on as well.
Okay. maybe I'll just speak to it briefly here, that, I think this is worth exploring, because I think that even in doing this, we're going to learn some things. I recognize it's burdensome is a stronger word than I'm looking for here. It requires engagement from administration, but I think it builds on a whole bunch of these other conversations that we're having. And I think that there may be some answers in here about how we manage growth, how we finance it, and if there's some creativity in here that unlocks some of the other things we were just talking about earlier, and maybe allows us to make the case to the province for some different tools that cut red tape in ways that are beneficial to everybody, and leverage financing or unlock financing in ways that are beneficial, especially in light of COVID. And I guess the one other thing I would flag is, and I know Mr. Corbold's been on the calls with the CAOs of the other large cities. We can't be the only ones facing these kinds of questions right now, so I think a touch point with them, one, to see what else they might be doing, but also whether there's any opportunity for us to access some aid or relief tools from senior orders of government to support this, so that we don't end up being the bank. But if the feds are being the bank for everybody for a variety of different kinds of sector-specific interventions to keep the economy moving and keep employment going, maybe, backstopping Canadian municipalities to do this might be some of the next stage of operating support that we need. So not to pass the buck to other orders of government, but really to flag that we can't be the only ones facing this, and if we can come up with something here that's valuable, maybe we can get someone else to backstop it so that it doesn't wind up a risk to property taxpayers directly, and that it's mutualized a little bit. So I realize that adds scope potentially, but I think if there's anybody else out there thinking about this and there's some iteration of some ideas, then it's always good to ask, right? And then maybe build some allies to do this. So appreciate the conversation, and I think it's worth exploring to see what we can do to support some job creation and accelerate some things that would happen anyway in the fullness of time, but that don't compromise the city plan in terms of opening up other pockets of growth that aren't underway yet or contemplated yet in the approvals. So with some boundaries around it, I'm very comfortable with exploration of this, because I think we'll learn something from it one way or the other. So,
Yeah, could I just comment on that, Your Worship? No.
Strictly speaking, no. But if you, at this point, I'll say, did you have anything else to add, Mr. Corbold? If you have another thought.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I mean, certainly, I think we can do all that. And I think the questions we heard earlier and the questions we're hearing now are generally answered in the city plan when you look at the management policy directives. But I think what we haven't articulated necessarily is how council can influence those decisions, and I think we can work at that through this process. So.
Any other comments? Councillor Cartmel to close.
Thank you. Really good conversation. Just a few comments building on what's been said. I too have real concerns about being a bank. That's not our role. But I would only contemplate this, speaking for my own self, given that we're in a really tough spot in our economy, and there's that to contemplate. I also I'm very supportive of the notions of the city plan, but they are dramatic shifts. They are big moves, and we have given a lot of people, a lot of parties, a lot of partners one set of expectations, and we're looking to shift those. Some would say we're not doing that fast enough. Others are going to say we're doing it too fast, and there's a bit of an equity piece there to make sure that we're bringing people along with us and we're not changing expectations midstream. And so if there's a way to do some things here that allow us to fulfill our obligations in the relative short term while we shift expectations in the more immediate to long term, I think there's a way to meet a couple of things there. From the perspective, going back to this perspective of being a bank, I think that this also aligns with what Build Alberta is talking to the province about. And if there's an opportunity to not necessarily be that bank, but to facilitate the province in providing investments that we want to see and actually control where those investments go, that might be, perhaps a good outcome of this. If we can direct provincial if they exist, if they're coming, provincial investments to completing and finishing places that we've already approved without getting into unlocking further development, we have the opportunity to influence those decisions where we might not otherwise. So I think that's another potential outcome of this work. And finally, adding the EPCOR piece here to this motion speaks, I hope, to the idea that this might also help with some infill work. We've talked about some of the barricades and barriers to infill, that being, water supply networks, hydrants, those kinds of things. And I know there's other places where that work is being done, but perhaps this is an opportunity to explore that in a similar way here. So really hope we support at least looking at these options and seeing if there's anything to be had here. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We're just missing Councillor Hamilton's vote and your vote, Mr. Mayor.
I've got to adjust
I'm
the
a yes.
sleep timer on this desktop here. I'm a yes.
We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote.
Just a point of privilege, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
I know times are tough around here, but can we do something about the heat? It's freezing in here.
Certainly, I'll reach out to building maintenance.
It might be a cost-saving measure, yeah. We'll get you a sweater. Well, the hot air outlets are at this end usually, so
there's not enough councillors here that are blowing hot air in person.
It doesn't work the same way from remote. All right, what's next? Storefront improvement and development incentive programs. This one goes up to council, but it is here for our review and recommendation. Someone want to throw this one on the floor so that we can open the discussion?
So moved.
Thank you,
Happy to do
Councillor
that.
Walters. Councillor McKean? Okay, Councillor McKean's got it. Okay, so that's before us. Were there any, there's no presentation, is there?
No, I have some short opening comments if committee would like them.
Sure, we can get the opening framing and then we'll go to questions on this from Councillor Knack, actually, I think.
So on the line virtually are Jeff Chase, the branch manager of Economic and Environmental Sustainability, and Leslie Vogie, who's the acting director of Economic and Environmental Sustainability. The storefront improvement and development incentive programs are designed to create incentives in business improvement areas along main streets. However, a number of businesses in the Old Strathcona area are setting up storefronts in alleyways, which has added to the vibrancy in the area. This has been a strategic policy of the Old Strathcona business improvement area. Administration has worked with this BIA to identify alleys that could benefit from access to these grant programs. And this would leverage the growing momentum for the development of these areas and motivate the creative use of underutilized space. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few quick questions related to what would happen beyond this. So I know the point of this right now, what's here today is a specific exemption for this very specific series of locations, and that really at this point the rest of the BIAs aren't nearly doing as much work or thinking about this. They're at very different stages. With that said, I'm just curious what would be the harm of extending this to all BIAs, recognizing that it is unlikely there'd be any uptick anytime soon, but it might at least send a signal that if you wanted to explore this, you could in the future.
Councillor Knack, thanks for that feedback. And Mr. Chase could speak to the work that we're doing around the Economic Action Plan. And one of the actions in that plan is realigning our grant programs. And there's perhaps something we could explore further through that work.
Yeah, thanks very much for the question, Councillor Knack. Yes, we're looking at sort of how the grants are aligned and coordinated to best meet the needs of our economic development partners. So we will be back with some further refinements to the policy. That said, the Old Strathcona BIA has been the one that's been prioritizing commercial alley activity over the last few years. So this was in response to what we heard from that BIA, but we would be open to exploring it in other areas if other BIAs expressed a need.
So I guess, so that's just my only question is that I'm trying to think about, so if we said, yes, this would be open to all BIAs, is there any harm in that? Because it just allows them to potentially do that. And I'm just trying to determine if there would be any reason why we wouldn't want that to occur in the rest of our BIAs versus making them sort of ask for permission and then us having to come back and make another series of exemptions. If this is good practice in trying to activate our main streets, would it not just be valuable to make that change across all BIAs?
We could definitely do that with the only caveat that the OSBA has been the only BIA that's expressed interest in doing it. So I think we would just want to confirm that that was something that the other BIAs were looking for as well. But there would be no harm.
Okay. Yeah, it might be worth double checking because I remember, and I know there's a new executive director on the Stony Plain Road BIA, but that was actually a conversation that had been happening among the Stony Plain Road BIA for some time. Particularly when thinking about the construction of the LRT and the ability to activate spaces while that construction is underway. So if that conversation is happening already and there's another check-in point for when we're going to update the grants, I'm just offering commentary that if it makes sense, why not just permit it across the board, across BIAs versus asking everyone to come and make pitches to us. It just seems to be an unnecessary step. But hear that work is happening, so thanks for that. Those are all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, I just really wanted to speak to this quickly and thank administration for their work on this. There's some really exciting stuff that I think has been happening, is already well underway. We've already seen some storefronts opening on one bit of alley, and I think there's more coming. We're working with one of the major players there is also working with us on improving the alley, which will be a joint project that we're able to do as part of neighborhood renewal and also investment from the community. So I think there's some really good news stories coming here. There have been some growing pains because obviously alleys, in terms of how we maintain them, how we clear them in winter, all those kind of things have played out differently, and there's been a learning curve on this. But I think the more we can take advantage of the situation, in terms of Councillor Knack's comments, the one thing the one thought, and I'm fully in support of this happening elsewhere in the city if possible. I think one of the reasons it's made it possible in Old Strathcona is because we have the parallel of 83rd Avenue and 82nd Avenue, and we're talking about the alley in between. 83rd Avenue has the bike lane on it. 82nd Avenue obviously is the White Avenue area. So it creates a kind of different feel from you probably need the commercial on both avenues in order to make the alley in between work. But I think those are the things we need to find out. It really has expanded the width of what's possible in Old Strathcona. We may be able to do it on the south side as well. That's not yet in play, but I think the more we see this happen, the more opportunities will be there. So mostly I just wanted to say a big thank you for this. I think this is a really good news story that is already well underway, and the more we can do to facilitate that and allow it to happen, the better our city will be. So thanks.
Councillor Henderson, just quickly to that, I think the thanks really go to the Old Strathcona Business Association. They've been strong advocates for the businesses in this area, and so we're grateful for the work that we do in partnership with them.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. I should have mentioned them as well, because I know how hard they've been working on this project now for a number of years. So I think we're finally seeing it come to fruition.
Councillor McKean?
Thank you. I'm old enough to remember a back alley restaurant in the downtown. So it is possible that other opportunities would arise or interest would arise in other BIAs. Mr. Chase, so I think what you said was the OSBA has done a ton of work, and then your folks did a lot of work to get us to this place. But I haven't heard any real risks in amending this motion to allow it to occur in other BIAs.
Councillor McKean, I think we just want to be thoughtful in terms of there's limited dollars, and we want to be really looking to create vibrancy in the most effective way. And so I think it would be better if we were to work with individual BIAs and look at the overall grant program as part of the Economic Development Action Plan rather than modifying it on the fly today, would be administration's recommendation.
And
Okay.
my suggestion, just procedurally, would be this will go up to council for, or will it? Yes, it goes up to council next week, and there'd be an opportunity there to put a subsequent motion on directing follow-up with the other BIAs on looking at where, rather than unbounding it entirely, asking for a little bit more work and engagement to determine where else it might make sense to open it up against the trade-off of the limited resources available in the program.
Yeah, no, and I'm totally okay with that, Mr. Mayor. I think that's, and Ms. McCabe, I think that's fair. But there may be some opportunities up there. I know we have a brand new ED at the DBA, for example, and she might not know about this. So that was all it was, to make it a little more equitable across the board. But I'm happy to perhaps do that subsequent, perhaps with Ms. McCabe's or Mr. Chase's or Ms. Vogel's help to just get that motion drafted. So yeah, that's good advice, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
You are most welcome. Any other questions or observations on this one? Sounds like no. Well, let's vote on sending it up to council, understanding there might be a subsequent there. Once crafted. Good discussion, though. And good work on this. And thanks especially to the Strathcona BIA for their initiative on this. To Councillor Henderson's point and Mr. Chase's learned and humble point. Please vote.
We're just missing Councillors Cartmell and Walters' votes.
I'm a yes, it's stuck.
Thank you, we have 5 votes.
Display the vote. Carried. All right, we got half an hour to lunch, so I think we can start on City of Montreal's financial assistance policy summary, which is next. We'll just get the delegation in place for this. So it says information report. It doesn't indicate if there's a presentation. Are there any opening comments from administration?
I did not prepare, sorry.
There you are.
I did not prepare a presentation.
Okay, that's quite all right. The report is very thorough. So let's go to questions then. Councillor McKean, you'd selected this.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm not surprised to see Councillor Knack jump on the board on this one. So I was really interested in this report and very frustrated in previous 2 years having to deal with some of our independent business who were struggling because A, the 102 Avenue Bridge delay, which caused a lot of stress on small business in the High Street and 124th Street area. And then Valley Line LRT, and I know of one restaurant that failed largely, at least because of that, and I lost a friend over this. So I'm very keen. I was very keen reading this report, and I wondered if administration, first of all, does administration have any thoughts on the City of Montreal's what they're doing with compensating business during large infrastructure projects?
I think the only comment we would have is we were asked to bring back just information about that particular program. It is one type of program that's offered by some cities. It's a subsidy program. There's also other cities that are offering or doing this in a different way, like through a community-based, community benefit agreements. So it's different kind of across the city about how different municipalities have approached this problem. Certainly for the City of Edmonton, we do not have a subsidy program in place. We do other things such as working with the communities in order to deal with issues that arise during major construction.
I know, but we don't have any sort of way to give some monetary compensation. And what was really interesting about the Montreal situation is it was restrictive enough that even though I think they put $25 million into the pot, and I don't have the report open in front of me now, but it was only a little, $1.5 million had actually been used. So that was interesting to me. And it's a way to perhaps reduce a little bit of the pressure, because if I remember correctly, you've got to be able to show your financial reality through either tax filings or maybe absolutely through tax filings. And it was only 15, you had to show 15% loss. Is that right? Am I remembering that right?
That's correct. You have an application process and you have to show a 15% loss of gross profits over the course of a year. And in the application process, you have to submit various documents, including financial statements, income tax returns, and so on.
So I'm trying to remember in that report if it talked about the scope of the project. So would it have to be a sort of a major roadway or transportation project?
Yes, it had to be quite a very significant infrastructure project for, I think, roadways and general kind of infrastructure projects. It had to be expected to last or projected to last for 3 years. They also included drainage projects, which of course in our situation are under the scope of EPCOR. Those had to be anticipated to be in place for 6 months.
Right. Yeah, which reminds me of an EPCOR project that went on and on and on 105th Street, just north of Jasper Avenue, and I had to meet with all those businesses. Well, I'll be interested to hear what Councillor Knack has to say too, but I guess the other question I would have would be, there be a way to pad the budget, if you will, of these major projects so that you would have a financial application process for compensation under the kind of terms and conditions that Montreal has done?
I think Mr. Ferguson's on the line. Perhaps he would like to comment on that.
Councillor McKean, it's Adam Laughlin here. Without a budget adjustment, I would say no. So it would really be a decision of council to allocate funding to projects should you choose to pursue a program like this.
See, Montreal's done it has a fund, an overall fund. I just wondered if there was a way on major infrastructure projects, there would be a way to build in a bit of compensation potential.
At this time, we won't, Councillor McKean?
Yeah.
At this time, we don't, and if this was a program that council wanted to support, we would have to provide the corresponding budget adjustment to accommodate that.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I appreciate council's indulgence to get to this point where this report was created. I know there was a lot of hesitation about if this would sort of open up the floodgates. And so I wouldn't mind administration's perspective, but the way I read the report, and Councillor McKeon was already, I think, hinting at it, that I think Montreal's experience shows that the floodgates didn't open. That there was certainly an impact. A little over $1 million is not an inconsequential amount of money, but it wasn't, I think, the amount of money that maybe folks had first thought that might result in if we were to explore something like this here. Is that a fair comment?
I think the information we received from Montreal was for their first year. So 2019 was their first year, full year of their program. And I gathered this information at the end of 2019, early 2020. They had 102 applications, and they were about to do a public advertising campaign in order to advertise it a little bit more, because they had felt that the number of applications were not what they had expected. I did speak with them because this report had been postponed for about a year. I did speak with them again to find out about their program, and they said in 2020 they had received less applications than they had in 2019 as of that date.
Thank you. That was going to be my next question, if we had any information from 2020, recognizing it's a little past. So I guess the question is not necessarily, is this the right tool, but I did hear some conversation of, there might be other options we could use to help provide some type of relief in the case of these large projects. This, as noted, is one example. It's the only Canadian example, albeit I think it's fairly heavily used in the United States. But we could set up other programs. So I guess my question is, do we have an idea of, has there been any type of analysis, I'm guessing not at this point, of which of those options might be best, whether some of the other Canadian cities or this one might work better? Assuming there is a desire to further explore this, which I personally do have a desire to explore further, but that may not be the case amongst the rest of council.
We just did an informal review to see what other cities might be doing. Quebec, the city of Quebec does have a program very similar to what Montreal has. And we found that in Toronto and Vancouver, they were adopting community benefits agreements, which we haven't explored in detail yet.
Okay. And just the other question I have on this report is, are there, and maybe the analysis yet hasn't been done, but any legal considerations we would need to think about for what's being done there versus what we could do here? Is there anything that would prevent us that you are aware of from doing something like that here?
I think it would be completely up to council to be able to decide if you want a subsidy program, what the parameters and criteria and what the funding source would be, and then we'd need resources to obviously run any such program. We could explore the community benefits agreement. I haven't fully seen how they are working in Vancouver and Toronto. One area that I would flag immediately would be our trade agreement obligations might be impacted by them, but we have not done a full analysis of that program.
Okay. I think those are all my questions. Obviously, I'd like to explore things further. I'm not on the committee, so wouldn't have a vote, and I don't know if there's any interest, but I would, at a minimum, maybe ask for the opportunity to have that discussion at council. If committee's not interested, maybe requisitioning it might be an option, but I also understand if you choose not to, I can still bring that forward independent of that. So,
Councillor McKeon?
My thought's exactly that we could requisition this up which would allow perhaps time for Councillor Knack and myself to create a motion to bring further research and a report on this. So I'm saying requisition.
I will also say requisition.
Okay, Councillor Cartmel and Councillor McKean requisition. So we'll pick it up at council. But at least with the benefit of the underlying report, which I think is helpful to any discussion that happens there, so rather than segmenting them. So that makes sense to me. And I shouldn't say anything else anyway because it's gone. So there was, well, next up is Leduc County Annexation Area Taxpayer Support Options.
And Mr. Mayor, apologies, just a reminder that there's still a outstanding status report, item 5.1.
Oh, right, we steamrolled past that. We could deal with the motion on that, you're right. We should have picked that up after 6.1 and 6.2. So that's before us now. Thank you, Madam Clerk. There is some wording that we've worked out that keeps it alive, I think.
Yes, I do need a little bit of clarification from you, Mr. Mayor. If you're comfortable, if we could put the motion up and then I can just ask if your intention is for a status report to come back to the next executive committee meeting or if it's the report itself.
Well, I assume the bylaw is written, it's just we can't pass it until the MO has happened. So my thoughts were, can we get the bylaw here and recommend it to council subject to the MO changing? And then it can sit on council's agenda until the MO comes. Was what I was hoping was this, that we could get everything ready on our end rather than then have like 2 or 3 or 4 weeks of delay on our end after we get the MO. So
we could do that subject to any procedural pieces I may not be aware of. But,
yeah, assuming the bylaw is ready, it just couldn't actually be adopted until we get the MO. We could even do 2 readings of the bylaw and wait to do 3rd subject to the MO, and have 3rd roll on the council agendas, and we can check in every 2 weeks to see on whether the MO has arrived. So
I'm happy to move that, but you need more time then to, so number 2 would change. To bring forward the bylaw to the next committee.
Well, it's just to exec for the vetting of, it's really approval as to content and merit on the committee. The council just can't actually do 3rd reading of it and move ahead with it until the MO is done. But we can take certain steps up to the final 3rd reading would be my estimation, or maybe administration wouldn't want us to start moving the bylaws till the MO is before us. I'm not sure if there's any limitation to that, but at least we could get the committee report and then recommend the bylaw as ready for prime time subject to the MO. So the question is, what's the most appropriate time to bring the draft bylaw forward for committee review?
February 19th.
Mr. Mayor, it's Ms. McCabe here. If I can weigh in, I think if you would give us maybe to the exec committee after this, like not the one right away, but one after that, because that allows us just to make sure we just take a look at the bylaws ourselves with any new information that's come to light and that we're ready to go before we bring them to that exec committee.
Yeah, and I suppose you can craft them to include any fill-in-the-blank stuff as well, and if we're waiting on a particular name or description for an agency or referral partner or something like that. So yeah, I mean, what's the next meeting then after February 19th?
It's March 1st.
March 1st exec. Okay. So are you okay with that date, Councillor Walters? Yes. Okay. All right. So at next week's council, we'd write the letter asking for expediency and dispatch on the ministerial order, and then perhaps by March 1st we'll have heard back, and then we can carry on with it. So that allows for that possibility as well. All right. so that's two-parters in front of us.
And just for clarity, Mr. Mayor, so part one will go up to council, part two is revising the due date and the status report to come back to executive.
That's the motion responding to 5.1, and really, actually, if you want to flip them, technically, part one is subsequent to that, but however you want to minute it.
Certainly.
All right, do you want it read in? Or is it fine that it's on the screen?
I will move. Your hesitation is clarity to me. The Executive Committee recommended City Council that the Mayor, on behalf of City Council, write a letter to the Province of Alberta requesting changes to the provincial regulation to name Municipal Climate Change Action Centre instead of Energy Efficiency Alberta, stressing that time is of the essence to ensure this new program can be implemented in the 2021 construction season. And number two, that the revised due date of March 1st, 2021 for Urban Forum and Corporate Strategic Development Report CR 7834 Bylaw 19144, the Clean Energy Improvement Pilot Program, be approved.
Cool. Anyone wishing to speak to that? All right, please vote. Oh man, this thing's gone to sleep again. Yes.
We're just missing Councillor Cartmell's vote.
Yes.
Thank you. We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
I don't know how to change the settings on this PC. Display the vote. That's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. I think we've got time in the afternoon, unless there's great urgency to start in on the annexation support, just so we're not crunched on the time of that. Why don't we come back with the hangar at 1:30, and then we've only got 2 other relatively short items. So why don't we take the time now to regroup for lunch, and then again at 1:30 we'll do hangar 11, then we'll do Leduc County annexation, then surplus school sites, and then we'll be done. Which is not bad. That's better than I thought we'd be today, actually. So, so yeah, let's take the time and recess a bit early if there's no objections. All right. Well, hold on, let me. There we are. Welcome back, everyone. I'll call us back to order for the afternoon of the Executive Committee, and roll call first. Councillor McKean, are you there?
Good afternoon.
Welcome back. Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
I can see. Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Good day. And Councillor Walters.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And other members of council joining us on the call, I see Councillor Essinger, Councillor
Good afternoon.
Henderson, and anybody else?
Well, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I see you there, Ben. Any other members of council here? No? Okay. So let's resume with our 1:30 time specific. Thank you to our speakers for hanging in there. I think there is a presentation on this one, so we'll get that first, and then we'll hear from each of our speakers, and I'll just provide a bit of introduction to the speakers to orient you to the process, which is that we will hear from you sequentially. You'll each have 5 minutes to offer your comments. Please stay with us, as after we've heard from everyone, there may and likely will be follow-up questions from members of committee. Just a request that you mute yourself while you're not speaking or answering questions, just to cut down on any background noise. And also request not to use the chat function, just because it can create issues of decorum, fairness, and can also interfere with the live stream. So you'll have your turn when we hear from you and when you're answering the questions. And then you can stay with us, but once we're asking questions of administration, we'll ask you to stay muted because the dialogue will have shifted into officialdom. But you can certainly continue to observe as we work through the item here towards a recommendation. So I think that's enough by way of introduction. What we'll do is get the presentation first, then hear from the speakers. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just by way of introduction, Mr. Hodgson will do most of the presentation, but we do have several people from administration, from real estate, city planning, the Blatchford redevelopment project, and law on the line for questions. They've worked very hard to come to this point. So good afternoon, and Mayor Iveson and members of the committee. Today, administration is bringing forward a recommendation that provides a viable path forward for Hangar 11, a city-owned property on the inventory of historic resources that ensures the preservation of the structure, supports the Blatchford redevelopment project, and also contributes to Edmonton's future financial sustainability. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Chris to give an overview.
Thank you, Mary. Hangar 11 is a World War II era airplane hangar acquired as part of the overall Blatchford Land Assembly following the closure of the City Centre Airport in 2013. Since directed by Council in 2018, administration has engaged stakeholders and assessed the potential for reuse of this historic asset. Detailed analysis has also been completed for the necessary rehabilitation and associated costs. Next slide, please. In arriving at the recommendation presented today, many different considerations were taken into account. Hangar 11 is one of the last remaining built heritage remnants on the site from the Second World War. As demonstrated through the completed stakeholder engagement and by the response provided when the hangar has been presented to Executive Committee previously, there is community interest in the preservation of this heritage asset. Administration has commenced a prioritized review of assets related to Reimagine that takes into account unique attributes of these properties and frames recommendations that consider the complexity of our current environment to balance risk, potential future investment, and alignment with the city's strategic priorities. Next slide, please. The options presented outline administration's findings following the functional use analysis, stakeholder analysis, and detailed review of budget requirements. If directed to retain the hangar, the capital expense ranges from 18 to 83 million, depending on the level of rehabilitation, and likely requires a tenant for future operations. The second option is to negotiate the unsolicited offer administration has received for the hangar. with the condition of protection through historical designation. Option 2 is the recommended option as it represents significant mitigated future capital expenditure and risk while ensuring the preservation of the building. The final option is to present the hangar as a public offering. To date, other known interest in the hangar site has not included interest in retaining a historic designation for the building. Given the condition of the building, the duration of pursuing the last option would also add risk of further deterioration of the structure. Administration acknowledges that the decision for the building's future is multifaceted, and the recommendation before you is meant to reflect a careful and comprehensive review of the significant elements that contribute to a decision for the future of the property. Next slide, please. We'd like to thank you for your thoughtful consideration. We'd be pleased to answer any questions that you may have following registered speakers. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll come back to you all for questions after we've heard from our speakers here, who are, and I'll just roll call them here quickly to make sure we can hear everybody and have a good connection. First, Dan Rose from the Edmonton Historical Board. Are you there, Dan?
I am indeed.
Fantastic. Okay, stand by. I'll come back to you for your 5 minutes in a moment. Tim Antoniuk from Architecture Inc. Welcome, Tim.
Thank you.
Nancy McDonald from Stantec on behalf of Jacqueline McLeod.
I am here, and Jacqueline is at Nate, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Alan Partridge from Next Architecture.
Present, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome. Kevin Gu from Nate.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. And David Ridley from also from the Edmonton Heritage Council.
And I'm here. Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, sorry. As distinct from the Edmonton Historical Board. Apologies. Yes. Good to have you both here, though. And sorry, Nancy, you said Jacqueline McLeod. Is she attending or?
No, she is. She works at Nate as well.
Okay.
So the three of us are presenting for Nate, which is myself, Alan Partridge, and Kevin Gui.
Okay. All right. Now I understand. So that makes sense. All right. Well,
Okay.
Is the order satisfactory for the three of you?
Yes, I think that is great. Thank
Nancy,
you.
Alan, then Kevin.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Well, we'll come to you in, but starting first with Dan Rose. The floor is yours for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today on behalf of the Edmonton Historical Board. My name is Dan Rose. The EHB is an advisory board to council with a mandate to encourage, promote, and advocate for the preservation of historical properties. EHB advises the City of Edmonton on matters relating to historical issues and civic heritage properties. The board has been actively involved in the conversation around the future of Hangar 11 since about 2016. During that time, we've appreciated the numerous opportunities to provide feedback to council and administration on the city building opportunity that Hangar 11 offers. We have also appreciated the opportunity to take part in a facilitated stakeholder engagement session with heritage partners, architects, community members, planners, and experts familiar with the scope and scale of the opportunity before you today. A session where we also heard loud and clear that this hangar has contributed generously to the growth and development of our city, and based on the advice and case studies from those who've successfully rehabilitated similar structures, could contribute again if given the chance to do so. I won't belabor the committee with the history of this landmark, because at this point I'm fairly confident that that's well understood by all here today. The multiple reports over the years have more than confirmed the necessity of protection on those merits alone. Suffice to say, this building is easily one of the most historically significant landmarks in Edmonton, and by all standards should be considered a National Historic Site. We appreciate the diligence in preparing the many facets of this report and the commitment that administration has taken to fully examining the options and implications of preserving Hangar 11. We believe the report provides a strong path forward for an economically viable and a long-term preservation solution that will not only see this landmark designated a municipal historic resource for the benefit of all citizens, but also one that will see it reimagined as a hub of activity and an amenity for the Nate student body and citizens of the nearby Blatchford community. Based on our engagement in this process to date and our review of the report before you today, the Edmonton Historical Board supports the recommendation that administration negotiate a draft agreement for the sale of land as outlined in option 2 of the report. We believe the recommended option 2 provides the most feasible path forward and the best balance of economic viability and responsibility and alignment to larger heritage and city building outcomes. The board viewed option 1 as an ideal scenario, but we recognize that the significant financial responsibility associated with that option falls squarely on the city. Also recognizing the length of time required for planning and to secure a community partnership, the board felt this option was unrealistic in the short term. Option 3, which includes no specific provision for the conservation, rehabilitation, or adaptive reuse of Hangar 11, was not supported by the board as it did not sufficiently address the positions of Heritage Partners in Edmonton or feedback from the community. The board agreed that option 3 represented essentially the worst case scenario and would likely result in the demolition of Hangar 11. And to be clear, an option that only contemplates salvage of parts of the structure for potential reuse elsewhere does not constitute a heritage outcome the board could support, nor does it reflect best practices in heritage conservation. Foremost, the board recognized that this city-owned landmark is just that. It's city-owned, and that decision should first and foremost serve the interests of citizens of Edmonton and the vision for our city. To reiterate, the board supports the recommendation from administration to pursue option 2. Again, we feel this option provides the best case scenario that minimizes financial risk to the city and fulfills the commitments to the Historic Resource Management Plan, sustainability objectives, and the ambitions of City Plan. We are confident in the direction of the proposal under option 2 and the condition to rehabilitate the building in accordance with City Policy C450B. Option 2 shows us what can be accomplished when creativity and innovation are brought to the table and when heritage is the starting point for the evolution of our city. This option, in our view, represents an opportunity for city building inspired by our heritage, not in spite of it. We encourage council to support administration's recommendation today. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have of our position and opportunities for historic conservation of Hangar 11 broadly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. There may be questions for you, so stand by, but appreciate your being here on behalf of the board. Mr. Antoniuk.
Good afternoon. There should be a presentation. I think that should be popping up.
We'll just
you
pause.
guys are driving it.
Yeah, we'll just pause before the time starts and make sure that that's loaded and everyone can see it.
Okay. Well, I'll do some formalities right now, but good afternoon, Your Worship, Mayor Iveson, and to the City Councillors. Thank you for allowing me to present to you today. Next slide. What I'm going to start with on slide number 2, right here, is something that Dan had posted the other day, and it comes from your reports, and it just notes that Hangar 11 was on the top 10 most or threatened or endangered historic places in Canada list in 2017. So as we all know, it's not just an important historic resource for Edmonton, it is nationally and even internationally important. Next slide. In terms of our vision and approach, we'd go to the next slide. Fundamentally, what we're looking at, what we did is we looked to your reports as baseline research. We did a lot of our own baseline research, traveled around the world, went to the Forks, Lowry's Hangar, Denver, Brooklyn Navy shipyards, looked into Latvia, what has been done, not only as, these are successes, but also to look at the failures and challenges that they face with doing this sort of level of development, especially with an old building. Next slide. So in terms of what we're looking at, the easiest way to understand it is a live, eat, work, play development. So focused on affordable student housing, 225 units. So those would replace the ancillary offices on the east and west side that are rotted out completely. We've been able to actually get to our pro forma to $900 a month for studio spaces, really to focus on serving 20,000 students and staff at NAIT, and really being a springboard and a good partner to the LRT's expansion to the northwest, and especially to Blatchford and its growth. So if we look at the body of the hangar, and I'll show you some visuals momentarily, it's easy to understand it as sort of a food social hall. The focus is 100% local. This has always been our goal going back 2.5 years here. So it's going to be, local coffee, local food, etc. We're looking at over 2,000 patrons a day coming through there, over 200 full and part-time people employed, estimated CRU sales of $25 to $35 million, taxable income. So again, this has been a very community-based project for us from day one. It's about the hangar and how can we weave NAIT, Blatchford, the LRT into a cohesive and vibrant community. Next page, please. So this is what we're starting with today, as you know. Next page. And the next page just starts to show and describe what we're envisioning. So it's about maintaining all the core window roof lines, the materiality of the building, massive curtain wall glass on the north and south side to allow natural light to filter through the space. Rooftop gardens where we can partner with people like Nate Culinary. We can grow food for the people that are selling it inside the hangar and for people that are living in the hangar. We've got a huge rooftop here that we can put a massive solar array on and feed energy into our building and actually even sell back to the Blatchford Energy System. So we're committed to meeting the Blatchford Energy goals and connecting into their system and historic designation. Next slide. This is what we're seeing today, 3 levels, 3 stories inside. Next slide. And this is our vision for what it could be, what we want it to be, what it's already planned to be already. Taking up only about 1/3 of the floor plate of the body of the hangar. There's 2 rows of, again, 3 levels of commercial retail. We've got flexibility if Nate wants to work with us to do some startup incubator spaces, et cetera, on the 2nd or maybe 3rd floor. We've got that opportunity. So lots of space to sort of move around, a pedway that safely connects students on the east and the west side. So lots of room to sit, to eat, to socialize. Next slide. This next slide starts to sort of show in the central corridor where stairs going up, and sort of like you'd see in Milan or Paris or something like that, sort of bringing seating in and really activating this space. And again, we designed this quite a while back, long before COVID, so lots of room to social distance. Next slide. This next slide just shows, you know, the retailers on the right side, residential on the left side. So lots of open air, opening up the ceilings and ripping down that rotted out drywall, exposing the incredible bowstring ceilings that just today simply could not be made just because of the cost of it. Next slide. And this is what we're faced with today. We've met with and been working with RJ Sue, who's done some of your reports. We brought in one of North America's leading wood experts to look at the state of the wood. So we've walked through it everywhere. And he's saying that we've got 6 to 12 months to get in here and do it, which actually works with our timeline so far. Next slide. So we've already done the design, the development. A couple of you, councillors, Ben, Councillor Henderson, Councillor McKean, I think did our VR demo, which actually goes back quite a way. You've sort of walked around, bounced around the space and walked through the unit. So you've seen what we want to do, and it's just much more refined right now. Next slide. So this is really exciting, and it can't be passed up, that we've got an opportunity here to introduce globally a new type of winter city design. And it's simply because we've got this incredible hangar that just, you know, you don't really build something like this today. And these big vaulted ceilings to have people walk around, but with this amazing patina. Next slide. And this is basically what we're committed to. Historic designation, net energy goals to meet Blatchford, begin construction immediately, spring 2021. We want to be built, you know, tenants in there August 1st, 2023, a city buyback option in our agreement, and it fits very importantly the standards and guidelines for historic places in Canada. Final slide, next slide.
Got to get you to wrap up there. Sorry, yeah. Mr. Antoniuk.
No problem.
We're at the 5 minutes there. I'll give you one last sentence here on this slide here.
No, I just think that we've got a really important resource here, and there's proven economic, social, cultural demand just for this area, what it can be, and this is, I think, a big springboard to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nancy McDonald.
There's a presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, we'll just get it loaded up here.
Okay, great.
Bear with us. Here it comes. All right, go ahead.
Okay, great. And if we could progress to the next slide, that would be great. Hi, everyone. My name is Nancy McDonald. I'm speaking today on behalf of my client, Nate. Alan Partridge and Kevin Gouy will be speaking after me. I'm speaking today from a position of non-support on behalf of Nate, and I want to be very clear that this non-support is about process and not about any of the specific details of what's in front of us today. I'm going to take a quick step back. The area that you're seeing on the screen is just outside the downtown core, as we know, and it's really evolving into this very interesting node in terms of economic activity, growth, development. It's got Nate, Blatchford, the LRT line, the Royal Alex, Kingsway, and the associated businesses, the Glenrose. So it's education, it's employment, it's community, revitalization, innovation, and technology. all centered in here in this very interesting hub. Next slide, please. NAIT is at the heart of this opportunity, really, in many ways. Hangar 11 is located right at the center of NAIT's campus, and while the city is the owner of the land, NAIT is really a key stakeholder as the campus surrounds the hangar site on all four sides. And it's really a unique position in these discussions and in this process. NAIT has been actively planning its future in terms of its campus development over the last couple of years. It's an update to the campus development plan that we've worked on with them. And we've developed a series of precincts with them, and these precincts really are about reimagining the future of the campus for students and staff over time. The precincts focus on some of the new addition to the site, which is through the Blatchford lands, and then the general design and alignment that's been happening with the interface of Blatchford, as well as with the LRT development that's been happening at the same time. There's been extensive engagement between NAIT and the city and Blatchford on this process, and it's been an iterative process that's gone back and forth, including things like creation of the new urban institutional zone, the detailed design, interface with the market district. Next slide, please. We've been working towards that collective success of the area as a whole. And at the same time, NAIT has been actively engaging with the city on this process for Hangar 11. And the process was opportunities for exploring funding options, partners, and completing that building assessment has been previously described. In addition, NAIT has proactively explored some other uses as well for the hangar, and in that spirit of collaboration and solving these challenges for Hangar 11, NAIT retained Next Architects, and Alan's going to speak a little bit about that solution. NAIT put forward this solution to the city, and it was really about taking some of those character-defining elements and keeping them in the same similar location, but really integrating them into another structure. NAIT engaged the city administration in this process, and the proposal was submitted to the city for review. There hasn't been a lot of feedback on the NAIT proposal, and so as part of that, at the same time, NAIT was finishing their campus development plan process, where they were also looking for feedback on some of Hangar 11 and how that interface would work. Next slide, please. So what brings us today to this point and why we're in front of you is that NAIT became aware of the unsolicited proposal in this meeting with Executive Committee about 10 days ago, and there really hadn't been any formal communication on that process in the last several months. And so while a solution for the reuse of Hangar 11 is completely desirable and the outcome that everybody is looking for here today, we still feel that there's some outstanding issues that NAIT would like to review with the administration. Things like the proposal that NAIT submitted and where that went, some of the potential impacts on some of the adjacent campus lands, the hangar, NAIT student housing, some of the other specific parts of the interface, like the market district and its retail, the transportation network. All that, the information that was shown today, which looked really interesting, I believe that's the first time NAIT has seen this in terms of what the opportunities could be in the future. So in closing, what we're asking today is not necessarily for a delay in the process, but we are requesting a pause in order to resolve some of these key issues for NAIT. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thanks, Nancy. Next is Alan Partridge from Next Architecture.
Waiting for the slides to come up. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councillors and administration of the Executive Committee, and also, well, along with fellow guest speakers. And thank you for this opportunity to present you NAIT's perspective regarding Hangar 11. We've just seen the overall context and big picture associated with NAIT's master planning, and that, to reiterate what Nancy stated, non-support is related to the current process, not, and I repeat, not opposition to any conservation options that explore solutions for retention of the character-defining elements that make up the heritage value of the historic place of Hangar 11. To the contrary, NAIT, like many, do not want to see the same fate that befell the permanent loss of Hangar 25, which was associated with the nascent Canadian airline industry, and Hangar 12, which was used in a similar way to that of Hangar 11. In mid-2019, Next commenced work with NAIT. At the time, the fate of Hangar 11 was put on hold, as the heritage community rightly convinced the City of Edmonton to take a second look at this building, and it was warranted. And to quote Mayor Iveson, quote, "See whether there's an opportunity to be creative in a way that honors the history, but also may bring some partners to the table to cover that cost." It was in the absence during 2019 of any viable in situ solution and pro forma, either private and or public, that NAIT developed a solution to preserve, conserve, and reuse the character-defining elements that create the heritage value of Hangar 11, while keeping it relative to its historic place. Again, this is at least a feasible option in the absence of any in situ solution, and would avoid the fate of Hangar 11 following those of 25 and 12 previously mentioned. As Tim has just presented an in situ solution, from a current conservation good practice and heritage resource management perspective, this is the correct approach. Unfortunately, NAIT has only become aware, as we've stated, in the last 10 days, and it presents some unique challenges in implementing its master plan. NAIT has not had an opportunity to work with this in situ team in advance of this executive meeting. As mentioned by Dan, I don't want to go into great detail about the condition of the history of Hangar 11, nor as Tim outlined the condition of Hangar 11. You have numerous reports before you, and it's clearly evident. But we do all see the heritage value and its place in our municipal, provincial, and national history, which should not be removed. The NAIT proposal, in its simplest terms, is as follows. Our overall approach, again, in the context of a lacking in situ solution, would be to reverse engineer how Hangar 11 was first constructed and conserve its character-defining elements. Carefully record using digital scanning to create a 3D extent model and document to Association of Preservation Technology, APT, and the International Council on Monuments and Sites, ICOMOS standards. Selectively remove and record damaged, unusable, unrecoverable material, such as the side accommodations that you have seen are significantly deteriorated. Maintain an ongoing additive digital record process on the site as selective demolition progresses. Deconstruct the main character-defining elements of, but not limited to, doors, structure, and reusable material. Follow good practices for conservation, for curatorial processes, cataloging, assembly codes, etc. And in a similar way, the relocation of Abu Simbel, Valley of the Kings in Egypt, the deconstruction of St. Onufrius Church in Smoky Lake, now reconstructed in the Canadian Museum of History, and a similar process used by the City of Edmonton in preserving original timbers associated with the 1830 Fort Edmonton found in the Walter Barn in Ellerslie. Properly store for future use in a controlled environment and till such time as future uses can be determined. This point is important in that we've seen similar approaches and precedents endorsed by the City of Edmonton where deconstruction has taken place and results in the significant loss or misrepresentation of character-defining elements. In closing, and we'll go to the next slide, we reiterate that NAIT is willing to commit to the highest standard of deconstruction when an appropriate reuse is found and work collaboratively on its reconstruction, should an in situ solution fall through. Again, NAIT and everybody in this meeting wants only the best outcome for Hangar 11. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Partridge. Kevin Guy.
Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Kevin Gu, Associate Vice President of Facilities Management and Development for NAIT. NAIT and the City of Edmonton have shared interests with respect to the Blatchford lands and the development of NAIT's main campus, including Hangar 11 and the property on which it's located. We've been partners for several years on the transfer of a significant portion of Blatchford lands from the city to NAIT, and for over 2 years our staff have been working diligently together to address the conditions of that sale. NAIT is currently considering 2 substantive transfers of funds to the city in 2021, pending continued progress being made as partners in this significant land deal. We are currently at the rezoning and subdivision stage of work. We might also be considered partners with respect to the NAIT campus development plan, which was reviewed and approved by the city in mid-2020 as part of the development plan review condition of the Blatchford land sale. The first phase of the CDP involves Blatchford lands in what the city and NAIT hope to develop into a transit and pedestrian mall experience, transit-oriented development surrounding the new LRT stop. The first phase would also provide the city with a major commercial customer and loading of Blatchford's district energy system, helping to achieve our community's sustainability goals. In due course, as you've seen, the Hangar 11 property would be entirely surrounded by the planned main campus of NAIT. The property is of strategic interest to NAIT and is essential that the infrastructure and programs of services delivered on the property are integrated within campus. It is true that NAIT and the city have no formal agreement with respect to Hangar 11. However, discussions have been held over the past several years as we've been working on the Blatchford project together. NAIT contributed to the process by developing this concept that is largely missing from your briefing today. This was completed by Next and presented to the city with the concept included by Stantec in our campus development plan as an option for Hangar 11 that would preserve its character-defining elements within the holistic planning of NAIT's main campus and its operations. Since then, NAIT has been waiting for further communication with the city on the matter. We do understand that COVID has had tremendous impact on both our operations, but this latest development with respect to Hangar 11 has been completely unexpected and comes as a surprise to NAIT. Periodically, our staff have checked in with city staff on the topic over the past year, and we've been under the impression that council would consider the concept developed in due course as priorities allowed. From NAIT's perspective, there's been very little communication on this topic over the past year. As far as we've been able to gather, NAIT's executive and management knew nothing of the new option that is now before council executive until the rumor mill started less than 2 weeks ago. On Thursday, we were able to read the published materials for this meeting, and on Friday, we read the article in the paper. We were not invited to participate in the preparation of this proposal or recommendation. In our very quick read of the meeting materials over the past few days, over the weekend, we've got some initial thoughts. To date, we've been unable to identify the representatives of NAIT that may have participated in the September 19th, 2019 stakeholder workshop referenced in the briefing. Attachment 4 does not include a list of participants. If we are able to track down any participant, it'll be interesting to determine what the purpose of the meeting was and if participants were fully aware of the context. In addition, the risk analysis on pages 9 and 10 of the briefing has a very narrow focus and doesn't consider any risk to the city or its partner, NAIT, in the sale and development of the Blatchford lands, or the development and operations of NAIT's main campus over the generations that will follow. It also neglects to assess the risk of the option for the development being delayed after the agreement is executed and title transferred, similar to the very real and local example of the Charles Camsell Hospital. Although we understand as well as anyone the issues surrounding deferred maintenance, it is not clear at this time how the public interest is served by closed-door negotiations of an option described as being below market value that lacks key stakeholder engagement and has not been incorporated into the master plan of the major post-secondary campus that surrounds it. Respectfully, we request whatever process is being followed be paused and ask for the city to reach out to NAIT at any level of our organization. If this proposed reset does not bear fruit, the city may prefer an open and typical procurement process to be able to justify selection of any option and to demonstrate value to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least on this, David Ridley from the Heritage Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the opportunity to address this report. The Edmonton Heritage Council, with some similarity to the Edmonton Historical Board, also serves to advise City Council on matters related to heritage as well as additional community programming. We participated in stakeholder workshops around this, this initiative, and we really appreciate the emphasis given the historic significance of this structure, its unique place in Edmonton's story, and the unique opportunity we have here for its preservation and that its reuse represents. So it's good to hear some congregating around that. Given that there's risk in all the presented options, and I appreciate there's a lot of detail in the reports as well as been added here, we're supportive on balance of the recommended option presented in this report, given the matter of timeliness and the condition of the structure, which understood may be debatable. If realized, we think there's a result that's attentive to the needs of the adjacent communities. They understood as being preeminent in that, but also Blatchford residential development, and as well as being a potential destination for all Edmontons via LRT. We're also delighted as an organization because we think the recommended option touches substantively on Edmonton's strategic plan and its goals around healthy city, urban places, regional prosperity, and climate resilience. I won't go into detail on those, but that's what's really exciting about, I think, the proposal and the recommended option that would emerge in this. And finally, I wanted to note our appreciation for the process, notwithstanding the remarks here from our colleagues at NATE, that has been carried out by City Administration under City Council's direction. I think it shows that by taking time to develop a good process in these situations, it can lead towards great results. I will note in participating in those sessions, NATE's absence was noticeable and was raised as a concern. I have no further insight into that as to why that was the case, but things proceeded as they have, and we're pleased to see the option in the report come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ridley. Questions from committee members first. Councillor McKean, you had selected this item, so I'll start with you and we'll build the list.
Thank you. I don't know where to start. Maybe with you, Mr. Gu. So I think probably there was a lot of excitement about the potential to restore Hangar 11 on its site and create a dynamic project as is being proposed. What is that, just in the clearest possible terms, what does that do to NATE's campus plan?
Right, first of all, thank you for the question, Councilor McKean. I'd like to emphasize that NATE is a supporter of heritage resource conservation. We're a city builder, and we are a big part of the community. So specifically, to answer your question, we know very little about the deal, but naturally we'd have concerns about things that might affect the implementation and completion of the successful project on our campus. And we would consider this land right in the heart of our campus. So those are things such as the pro forma and the structure of the financing of the development, market sounding and the pricing of services to NATE staff and students, timing of construction, and also the impacts on NATE's strategic interest with respect to land ownership of parcels within our campus and any impact on NATE's operational planning. Does that address the question?
Yeah, I think if memory serves, NATE, if I remember past discussions about this, NATE was not interested in seeing Hangar 11 restored on site. Is that position any different today?
The plan that we worked on that's been presented is to reuse the heritage defining elements of the structure in a location adjacent to the current site.
Which would better fit with your plans, what you want to do on the land that sort of thing, yes?
Right. That has been integrated into our master plan, correct?
Mr. Antoniak, I wanted to jump to you if I could. And can you give me any level of confidence that you have the financing, the funding to do the project that you presented to us today?
Yes, it's going to be cash. We have got $45 million secured. Where it's not even going to be a CMHC financing. So we're working with an assortment of people. Still the same people are involved at a less of an equity level, but I was just messaging John Day, Kevin McKee. So we've got a lot of wisdom, experience that we can rely on that way. But we've got money in place right now that we're ready to roll.
I think the thing that's giving us all pause right now is the impact of course, low oil prices, then the double whammy with COVID, and whether or not that has impacted your pro forma on this.
No, we've been planning this for a long time. If anything, it's good just because people are in a sense looking for work. The other thing just to point out, and I don't want to start misquoting, but just to Kevin's questions and concerns, which I understand and respect, but John had reached out to the previous administration and just from a text from him, the president. So I think that there was a challenge of people retiring, new administration coming in. So we had been trying to be consultative with this, and I think there's still a great opportunity to work with Nate on this project.
And how would you feel about a short pause to gather people together to have another go at Nate's concerns?
It concerns me, honestly. It just, with all due respect, that, sort of this type of delay is going to affect, like we brought in this wood expert, Gary Channon, and he said, you guys have 6 months. He said it could be as short as 3 months, but we've got to start shoring it up. We have to start doing that. Spring is around the corner. The amount of rain coming through, it's at a tipping point of no return. It's a great concern. That's why we were pushing for it, as going back a year ago. Well, more than that, 2 years ago. But we thought we were going to be in ground a year ago.
Right. Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. My questions were answered. They were around the condition of the building and how long it had to, like what the urgency was about repairing the building. So those questions were just answered. Thank you.
Councillor Essinger.
Just a quick question to, I guess, Nate. I'm not sure who's the right one, but the proposal had student housing in it. And I know that's something that Nate has worked on for some time. Do you see if this went forward, would that hurt or hinder your work that you're doing?
Yeah, that would remain to be seen. Thank you for the question. This is Kevin. We will need to analyze any proposal and determine that if there's market sufficient for both developments, the one that we're planning with the city's Blatchford crew and this new one that's popped up. So yes, we want to be a good partner to the city. That's our goal. We want the best for Hangar 11. And to be honest, the news that Tim thought that we'd be in the ground a year ago does not make me feel warm and fuzzy inside, because that is what this has the feeling of. It's a situation where we may be shortcutting the planning and procurement phase of a project, but then we're risking a significantly longer overall duration and the ability to deliver on quality expectations.
Kevin, if I could respectfully just answer that, I didn't mean
well,
that.
Actually, we've got to be a little bit cautious about crosstalk between panelists. However, if Councillor Essinger has a follow-up for you, or another member of council does, then there'll be an opportunity for you, Mr. Antoniak. Councillor Essinger, it's still your time.
Thank you. And I do have a question for Mr. Antoniak, and he might add his other comments. My question was on your relationship with Nate, because you talked about weaving Nate into the community, the Nate Culinary, using the garden and startup space. So was there conversation, maybe at different levels, Could you just help me understand? Because it seemed you were kind of connected to Nate in the presentation, but there's a disconnect today.
Sure. I mean, what we see an opportunity to work with Nate is what we're saying, that we had previous, like John Day had previous contact with, I'm just reading from him here, Glenn Feldman. So we had discussions, there's opportunities to be a good neighbor, just literally like a good neighbor, to start to cross-pollinate and work together, whether it's research, collaborative work. And just, just to address Kevin's question and sort of to piggyback on your question, Bev, is that I didn't want to give the impression that we were expecting to be in. Well, actually, no, that's probably accurate. We were hoping to be in, but the city, because of process, said that it couldn't happen. So it's actually, if anything, sort of respect and props to the city that they said, well, we can't do this. So we've been delayed.
And if I heard you correctly, you couldn't handle a small pause to have this relationship strengthened with Nate. You seem to say there was no time to do that.
Well, like from a design build perspective, I have no issue with the pause. The concern is when we brought in the wood experts, RJC, et cetera, and walked through the hangar, that there's a great concern about the stability of it. You can see in pictures that, I mean, the west ancillary offices are, like, they have to be ripped down no matter what. They're just at that state. There's a concern about so much water penetration getting into the big timbers that it's just going to be rotted out. So we've got a narrow bandwidth. Could we work with them from this day forward? Absolutely, we want to, unequivocally.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. That's all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome. Thank you.
Maybe I'll pop in here, and I think to Mr. Gu and the folks at Nate, I think there's a longer conversation here about how we work together and maintain contact and connectivity as neighbors and city building partners. But the issue of the hangar and the complexity the city's managing and the competing objectives around heritage, Blatchford, Nate's comprehensive master plan, that's not new to Nate, I presume.
No, we've been working closely with, I see Tom on the line here. We've been working closely with Tom's group and other groups in the city on the Blatchford land deal, and Hangar 11's always sort of ancillary to that discussion, but really we've just been waiting for the callback to discuss the option that was presented last year, a year ago.
And my memory is that the land deal we closed was adjusted to exempt this parcel, and the configuration was adjusted so that you would still have long-term the plans that you needed, independent of whatever happens on this site, because of the uncertainty. So
correct. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All to say that you were at minimum, or Nate's position, and correct me if I'm misunderstanding here, was Nate was prepared to build around this if we found a different answer for it.
I think that in terms, like by the letter of the law, or by the letter of the contract, there was a more uncertainty around that portion of Blatchford than the other portions of Blatchford. So yes, the can was kicked down the road a wee bit, which probably made sense in terms of closing the deal. But that doesn't mean that the heart of Nate campus should be planned in isolation and separate from the overall master plan for main campus, in our opinion.
Understood. So then from a land use perspective, and not to prejudice any other conversations around land use that might have to come back through council in the form of a public hearing, but in general terms, you've heard Mr. Antoniuk's proposal here. Are those uses compatible or not compatible with the Nate master plan?
I mean, it depends on so much. I'm thinking we're basically responding to something that we haven't had time to do any due diligence in analyzing. But there are questions of whether those services would, it's not just necessarily NAIT's master plan, it's also NAIT's operations, but also the city's development of Blatchford and developing. But we hope to co-create on those lands. So could that building be restored in situ? Sure, it could be. Personally, my greater concern that it is not at this stage, from what I've seen and from what we've been involved with. And then operationally, each one of those aspects that was woven into sort of the NAIT story there could be seen as complementary and of benefit, or it could be seen as competitive too. It just depends on where they intersect with our strategic interests for operations. So we need to have those discussions. For sure.
Understood, and those are all fair considerations on NAIT's part going forward. So appreciate that. Thanks. And I think all the other questions have been. Well, maybe I'll just go back to Mr. Rose just to reiterate. My sense is that partial preservation of key elements, I think you said this in your presentation, but if there's an opportunity to preserve largely intact, perhaps there may need to be some areas that are already compromised that are replaced or removed. But if there's an opportunity for restoration in place, that's your advice to us from the historical board is to pursue that.
That is correct. We would categorize that as the preferred option. I think the starting point of keeping the structure in place where it is, I think is a vital part of that context. And certainly with the commitment we've seen to do that designation and rehabilitation in accordance with the standards and guidelines for conservation, that gives us some comfort. So that would be our preferred direction and advice to you.
Thanks. Councillor Carmel?
Thank you. I guess to Mr. Antoniuk, perhaps a bit more on that. Is this, you made the comment a moment ago that the west wing is more or less compromised and needs to be demolished. That's the way I heard it. Did I hear you?
Yes. Correct, yeah.
So are we talking about rehabilitation of what's existing? Are we talking about a combination of rehabilitation and replacement elements to create the same shape?
Yeah, I mean, as David Johnston and Dan Rose and other people can talk to, what we're looking to do is to honor what is their key defining historic elements. So it could be, elements of roof lines, key features to rehabilitate it versus, tearing it down and trying to reassemble it or completely replacing beams or something like that. So similar to what Dan is saying, that there's certain things that have to be torn down and we're going to keep the materiality. So what you're going to see is going to be, largely what was there before.
What proportion is going to be original material and what proportion is going to be replaced material?
I would say, short of maybe I would say the doors, because the doors just block out sun. So our vision is to honor that sort of roof line, the doors, that these doors are going to be incredibly expensive. Each doors, we're looking at millions of dollars per door. So the idea that we can open up those doors during summertime, have farmers market, have concerts, like sort of for NAIT students, et cetera, have just all sorts of events. So we're thinking about a lot of programming. So the doors would be new, but it would be the bowstring ceilings, like I alluded to, that you can't build those nowadays just because of cost. So opening up the ceiling, exposing and cleaning up the big timbers that are supporting it. So there's a lot of engineering work that we have to do that'll go into restabilizing it and bringing it up to code. So it's going to be all the major visuals that you will see.
but it's cleaning up, not replacing.
Like, you know, the east and west ancillary offices are unsalvageable just because, you know, they're not going to meet even close to energy code. They're saturated. So everything is basically behind drywall, so you're not going to see it. So there's no character defining elements within that, nor with the exteriors, largely about sort of roof lines, etc. Roof lines, materiality, the same colors you saw in the renders, the same color, the same window lines, the same number of windows, same window patterns, things like that.
So what I'm hearing here, I will admit to some frustration that I feel like I'm now forced into choosing between one sort of proposal and another sort of proposal. And what I'm hearing is that Nate would rather dismantle this building and put portions of it either back up on site or rebuild the building somewhere else. So if we're building a model, if we're respecting the character and we're going to have the same roof line and the same number of windows, but none of that is original, then we can build a model anywhere. If we're talking about keeping this building, saving this building, keeping the structure of this building, that's a different thing. And it is the saving of the structure that adds the urgency to the conversation.
Yeah, and I would argue, Councillor, that it's those character defining elements that like people like David Johnston, who we spoke to about what could we do, what couldn't we do, you know, et cetera. So you know, to bring it up to energy code, for example, to meet Blatchford's energy code, we have to super insulate the roof, you know, the external walls.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt. I understand that. But to build a building that looks exactly like this one, even in the same place, would be far less expensive than saving this one for all of the reasons you're listing off.
And that's a part of what we'll be doing, because there's no sense in trying to restore, as your report, you know, suggests $85 million to restore it. So there's no sense in trying to restore something that is so rotted out. So let's rebuild it to a contemporary energy code.
So if that's the case, then the question is, do we rebuild it here or do we rebuild it somewhere else?
I guess that's for you to argue, but I think that because of where it is, because of those major timbers in situ, you know, the bowstring ceilings, you wouldn't be able to replace them, rebuild them. Just the bottom line, you wouldn't be able to engineering or architecturally.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor McKean?
Thanks, Don. For my comfort, I want to go through this one more time. So are the bones of the hangar, not the wings, the office wings, are the bones of the hangar good enough that a majority of it would be reusable?
Is that for me, Councillor McKean?
Yeah.
Yes, to your answer. Yes, it would be those major timbers, the verticals. It would be all the bowstring ceilings. When you get into the ancillary offices, everything is basically behind, just like a house, drywalled walls. And so we would bring it up to contemporary energy code.
Yeah, it's the hangar proper that is probably has the most historic value.
Absolutely. The roof line of it, you know, the notches where the tail of the airplane would go in, we'd have to keep that, etc. Yeah.
No, and I think I was really intrigued by Councillor Cartmel's questions, because I thought, if you're just rebuilding a model, if all the ceiling wood and the timbers were to be replaced, then we're in some ways just building a model. But you're telling me that's not the case.
Yeah, I mean, you can speak to Ellen Partridge. The chances of being able to take down that 140 foot, you know, by 240 or 230 foot span of bowstring ceilings and move it to a new location, it's not going to happen.
Thank you. Mr. Rose, I want to, because this is really important to me. This building, and rereading the history of the integral importance of this building to the World War, there's a real story here to this building that should not be forgotten. And so tell me, please, the importance of retaining a lot of that original wood, those original bones, and keeping it in place, and why that has more value than, say, recreating a model just a little ways away that looks basically the same, tells a similar story. What are we talking about here that is so important to people like you who volunteer tons of their time on heritage? I just want to hear it because this is a really big decision we're making here today.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for the opportunity. We've talked about this a lot. From a historical significance perspective, I mean, it's no understatement to say that this is truly one of the most historically significant buildings in our city, and that story is more than just the wartime history. I mean, there's an entire life after the Second World War where this building contributed to a huge part of our city's growth. And when we think of the historic value of a building and a place, it's fundamentally rooted in the context of where it is, in the materiality, in the actual object, the thing itself. I mean, it's the ability to tangibly walk up to that structure and connect to the history of that structure. I mean, when we talk about preserving a building, it's yes, on the one hand, there's the structure, but there's also the entire sort of life cycle of history and our city story attached to that structure. So sure, I mean, the easy solution is maybe rebuild it somewhere else, but at that point, that's not going to be a historic or a heritage planning outcome for us. That's just rebuilding, a Disneyland version of something that's important to us, and that's frankly not suitable as far as the board or as far as best practices in historic conservation. So, I mean, we are truly committed to the original and authentic structure because that is the story of our city, and that is the thing that we have the opportunity to preserve for all generations.
So to the layman, to the visitor, they have the opportunity perhaps to touch that timber that was in place in 1945 during the World War II story. That is an amazing story. So that there is something tangible that you can't you can't replicate somewhere else with new wood.
I mean, the only way to do that is to let another 7,500 years go by. You can't really replicate this stuff. It truly is a product of its time, and it is truly connected to its time and its context, both chronologically and geographically. So yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Any other questions for our panelists here? Other questions? So questions for admin now then?
Mr. Mayor, I would perhaps start if.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So what I don't like about this decision we have to make today is the deadline pressure. Is there any sort of middle path here where we could have some work done to stabilize the building, or while we work out all the details and work with Nate and that sort of thing? Or are we truly under the gun? Anybody answer that?
I think I'm going to let Mr. Hodgson start.
Councillor, I think as some of the others have mentioned, there are components of the building that are in very poor condition, and certainly with some of the strong weather events that we've had, that there is some risk in waiting. The other item that I would just flag is that if there is any thought of investment into the building, that there aren't any budget or funding allocations that are currently made for that type of investment. We do think that it does merit consideration to move forward quite urgently with this. You would know that typically when I'm presenting at executive committee, that I have, for the most part, been a proponent of ensuring that we do go through that public offering process, given the circumstances that we have in place right now, and with some of the risks that we see on the building end of things, we do stand by our recommendation.
Mr. Hodgson, to follow up on that, are you, question might not be fair, but are you comfortable with the group that is presenting this and any business plan that you've seen?
Councillor McKeon, I'm not certain that my opinion on the group as standing. With that said, there was a reference to a few of the participants in the redevelopment. They're well-known Edmontonians that certainly have delivered projects of a significant scale previously. And the other thing that we've done or that we will do as part of any negotiation is ensure, and it was referenced in one of the presentations, ensure that we have a buyback provision. So in the event that we have a party that isn't able to move forward with their plans, that the city is protected in a way in terms of a future for the building and the site.
So you might have been referring to Mr. Day in one of your comments you just made. Has he been sitting across the table from you on some of this too?
I wasn't referring to anyone in particular. Just was referencing the partners that have been discussed today. That said, I've had some conversations with a few different people on the site, and I'd probably leave that to Mr. Antonoff to answer the question of who is normally involved or not.
I wouldn't have raised his name, but it was raised during this very discussion today. So, and I think we all know him to have some experience in restoration. So, okay. So for those reasons, Mr. Hodgson, and part of it being deadline pressure, if there were not this deadline pressure, would you not be recommending option 2 and rather go with a more formal open RFP process?
Councillor, the city's typical approach to selling property is to publicly offer buildings. We do, and many on council have heard me say this a number of times. As administration, we do believe that is usually the best mechanism to ensure that you get the best financial and social return on investment when going through these processes. There are certainly circumstances that arise every so often where administration does make alternate recommendations in terms of approach, and this is one of those situations that we feel it's warranted.
And you feel, Mr. Hodgson, you'd have an opportunity to do your due diligence on option 2?
We feel not necessarily even on the due diligence side, but in terms of the mitigations that we can work through on the agreement side of things, we feel comfortable that it's an appropriate path to move forward.
I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe first to Mr. Hodgson. I mean, I'm trying to unpack this back a couple of layers, but I think where this started 2 years ago, we were facing down potentially demolishing it in order to make way for Nate. Then we decided to sever it out after pressure from the public to take a look at it and to evaluate whether there might be some adaptive reuse. I don't know if we did an it certainly wasn't an RFP. I'm not sure if it was even an RFEI, but essentially through the newspaper, we said, hey, anyone have any ideas for this thing? And then some folks came forward ultimately, and so that may not be as formal a process, but we were sort of at the Hail Mary stage, I would say, with this building at the last touch point, and that provoked or invited, albeit informally, what's been put before us here today. And you were encouraged to follow up with that at the last touch point, yes?
or Mayor Iveson, you're correct in the sense that it has been a long, winding road with this property, and your recollection of the events are the same as mine.
Okay, that's just sort of, so it's not entirely out of the blue, but I have, it is concerning to hear that this comes as some surprise to Nate, but so to administration, if you can comment on the various touch points with Nate, Ms. Pearson, if you've got some information on how we have tried to keep engaged with them throughout this process, that would be helpful.
I can, Mr. Mayor. I know there has been transition, but I'd like Mr. Hodgson to talk and the other group about how Nate has been involved throughout. And then I know that I had some meetings with Mr. Laughlin and the interim president as well, like last year. So this is not something that we just left to chance.
So Mayor Iveson, I can take it from there. And being respectful to my friend on the call, administration has had many touch points with Nate related to the Hangar 11 lands. You articulated them actually quite well in your questioning. There is logically a reason why there is a 3-acre donut hole in the middle of the 40 acres of land that Nate purchased from the city, and there has been, I would say, an unwavering position that Nate did not have a desire to move forward with the preservation of the building. Now, there has been some turnover in leadership in Nate, so I think the submissions today might be a little bit more due to a lack of continuity on their side or institutional knowledge sharing. Nate was an invited participant in the workshops that occurred in 2019. The session actually took place at Nate, and I believe a member of their senior leadership did attend a portion of the session. Several years again, we had worked through the transaction that ultimately came forward for council's consideration. And again, it was abundantly clear through those discussions that Nate wasn't interested in participating in the preservation of the building. In terms of the notification provided from the city to Nate and the heads up on the report, I know that there were some discussions that happened a few weeks ago. I know that myself and a few others from members of administration did meet with the Nate team last Tuesday as well. And I think that there have been probably many other examples of times where we've connected with Nate over the last several months. So and years on the concept. So I'm not sure if that fully answers your question, but that I would say that we have had those touch points.
Okay, I think that's important context for us. Maybe one last question on the deal structure, just around risk, given where the building's at. And I understand Nate's perspective on if it doesn't go as well as planned, and you just addressed this a little bit with the buyback provision, but on the flip side, is there anything by way of a performance bond? Because if we lose it from the city inventory, I mean, I'm all for exporting the risk and market opportunity to a private partner, which will probably be able to approach it differently than the city would from a heritage preservation standpoint. But if that doesn't go well, what is our surety against that besides a buyback to mitigate the risk of a deteriorating building in the middle of Nate's concept, which is a fair risk for them to flag today, I think.
So Mayor Iveson, I mentioned the buyback because it's going to be the one that's most familiar to council. In reality, the proposal that has come forward, there isn't a fully negotiated agreement in place as of yet. And so we will be looking as administration to ensure that there are layers of protection for that exact scenario, and we'll be probably testing a few different mechanisms to ensure that doesn't happen.
Okay, but it sounds like they're all in play, which is good. Councillor McKean?
I was going to put option 2 on the table.
Okay.
In a motion.
Yeah, that's certainly in order. So that is that the recommendation? I believe it is. So you can move the recommendation that's in the report.
I will move the recommendations in the report.
and that's what's up on the screen here, and it references specifically to move ahead with attachment 2, and understanding those negotiations, will be mindful of the many excellent points raised today and the importance of our continuing relationship with Nate as a partner in development of that very important part of our city. So debate then on that, Councillor McKeon?
Yeah, so you will know that I am the City Council liaison to the Edmonton Historical Board, and I've heard Hangar 11 mentioned many times at the top of the board's list, and in rereading in the report the history of Hangar 11, it is pretty clear that it's not just one of the most important heritage sites in Edmonton, but perhaps in the country. As I was reading that, I thought, man, we should get the Americans to help pay for part of this, or the Russian, maybe the Russians, given the outcome of the war. I've come to believe that these spaces and places are integral, not just to the story of Edmonton, but to the success of places like Blatchford too. Mr. Antoniak and his team can pull off this vision, and I wish them Godspeed and good luck. I think it'll help make Blatchford such a unique place, a place to visit, a place to live, a place to go play and eat. And I think it can also be a real asset for Nate. If Nate, I hope, is willing to come to engage with those folks and see how it can add to campus life, perhaps even to campus programs. So I understand the Nate's concern, but we've been dealing with this, man, for years and years. And I think the time has come to make a decision. I really appreciate administration's work on this. Mr. Hodgson, thank you. And I just think it's a remarkable piece of Edmonton's history, Canadian history, North American history, world history. And it would be such a shame to think that we could, somehow reproduce that in a model of this building on another site in that area. I think it's critical that we save it in situ and save as much of that structure as we can, knowing that the wings, the office wings, will be repurposed into student housing, which would be fantastic. And I just think it'd be one of those, it would add so much to Blatchford and to the city as a whole. So I'm hoping council can support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Committee.
Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm sure council will support it when it comes to council. I just wanted to, there's not much I can add to Councillor McKeon's words, maybe excising the Russian part, but that's okay. I just want to say that, obviously the preferred option would be one, but we are in a time of constraint, and if we have creative partners willing to step up to help us preserve this extremely important piece of Edmonton history and Canadian history, and indeed world history, then that's a very good thing. We speak of history, we actually have a very poor history of preserving our history in Edmonton, so this is fantastic. I'm not on committee, but I'm fully in support of this. This would get my support in council for sure. And I just want to thank everyone who came out today to and to listen to resolution. And I know from my own explorations with the folks I represent.
Sorry, we're losing you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette, are you there? Are your kids all playing Fortnite at the same time? We lost him, but I think we heard where he was going. We'll bring him back in to finish his remarks if he's able before we call the vote. Councillor Essinger?
I think Councillor Walters is probably on the committee.
That's okay.
Okay. You know, I think this is a very difficult decision because as I think about it, I think it's great to preserve the history. I'm concerned about our partnership with Nate, and I was hoping we might have talked about a pause to address that, but it doesn't sound like that. I'm not having a vote on the committee, but I think I'm hoping that the group that is successful will consider working closely with Nate, because I think it's a valuable partnership that we do have with the city and Nate, and I think it's important for us to not only recognize history, but build our future together. So that's my comments on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger. Councillor Walters?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it certainly has been unfortunate to experience the conversation today in a way. You know, the challenge before us is pretty clear in terms of the structure, and to hear these competing perspectives on process is never ideal, although I do want to thank Mr. Hodgson for articulating the work that they've done on this file over the past few years and explaining to us and clarifying for us the efforts that our administration has made to get us to today. And to say to Nate, like if this proceeds as recommended, it may feel in fact like you're getting the short end of the stick here, and perhaps you feel that way, but I just wanted to go on record and say that I have such regard for the organization as such an important part of our post-secondary community here in Edmonton. The work around innovation and the work around that supports our energy transition goals is remarkable. And having been through sort of the expanded Nate on tours and been in conversations with your leaders there, it is a very important part of our city. So I just wanted to say that on the record, and also say that I do have a tremendous amount of gratitude for the proposal that's put forward by the proponents to largely save on site and in structure a pretty important historic resource as has been suggested by Mr. Rose and Mr. Ridley, and to provide something that seems absolutely incredible to that part of town. So I'll support the option and the recommendation and leave it there. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Maybe just a few thoughts. I appreciate the work that Mr. Rose and the Historical Board, as well as the folks at the Heritage Council, have done to really tell the story of this building, which I have to admit I was ready to let go a couple of years ago because I couldn't imagine how we would climb the mountain of repurposing it in a cost-effective way, given the nature of the building, notwithstanding its great history. But I really want to salute the heritage community for making the case for this building and its global historical significance in to not just our city, but to the war effort and our relationship with the United States as well. And so as that resets, perhaps, I won't suggest we should pass the hat there, but I do think finding a way to keep it intact and also honor some commitments we made when we closed the airport about preserving aviation history on that site in ways that commemorate the storied contributions those lands have made to our community and the economy and the North. Things that attracted Nate and made sense for it to be there in the first place. So it's also part of Nate's history ultimately. And so what I will say about the options here specifically is that we kind of put the word out there to the community to say, is there a private solution for this? And I'll focus on that because public adaptive reuse of heritage facilities is possible, but it is extremely expensive because of the risk tolerances that organizations like ours have around asset management. And for purpose-built facilities, those are the right standards. For a rec center, for a bus garage, we build intergenerational buildings. But when you inherit somebody else's temporary structure with an expectation to make it permanent, with the risk profile of a public organization like a polytechnic or a city, it's almost fundamentally incompatible. Which is the kind of conclusion I had come to, and I imagine the conclusion Nate came to, because I had several conversations with senior officials there about urging Nate to say, is there a way you could take this building and adaptively reuse it within your long-term plan? And they didn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole, as we've seen today. And I have sympathy for that position because they have the same asset management challenges that the city of Edmonton would have. And so, by process of elimination, we arrive at an opportunity for a private partner which can take some different approaches around asset management and adaptive reuse than we might be capable of, with a viable proposal, we hope, that stands to be vetted and worked out and papered to save this building in a way that will, I believe, is in their market interest, from what's been told to us, to be very, very compatible with the adjacent uses at the post-secondary. So that, to me, is a win-win-win. If the public is not having to bear the cost of turning it into a public standard building for permanency, but instead can rely on, in this case, folks who have this expertise on the private side to find a market viable reuse of the building that ultimately still serves the public interest of heritage preservation while mobilizing market expertise to do it. And I think that when it's done, if it can be done, it will be an asset to the neighborhood, not just to Nate next door, but to the whole neighborhood of Blatchford and the community that we're building together there with Nate. And so I do want to recognize that it's been a bumpy and windy road to get to this point, but that's, again, precisely why we severed out these 3 acres so that we could explore some different options to come up with something creative, which I think we have here. So notwithstanding that it's a little bit outside normal process, I'm comfortable with how we got to where we got to here if it saves the building, and time is of the essence at this point. So so I'll be supporting the recommendation as well here. And on the other point Councillor Essinger raised about mending fences might be overstating it, but making sure we find a way for this to be successful for Nate as well. We may think about some subsequent wording to that effect by the time we get to council, just to make sure that while not impeding the process, needs from the neighbors are appropriately considered. Anyway, I'm out of time, so I'll stop there. Anything further? Councillor McKean, did you want to say anything else to close?
No, I've covered it. Thank you.
Cool. All right, please vote.
We're just missing Councillor Hamilton and your vote, Mr. Mayor.
I must hit submit.
I'm a yes.
There we
Thank
go.
you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. That's carried. Thank you all. All right, so it's 3 o'clock and we've still got 2 items to go. We've got up next is Leduc County Annexation Area Taxpayer Support Options, an information report with a presentation, and then we'll round out with surplus school sites. So did you want the presentation on 6-7?
I don't need the presentation.
If no one else does, then we can go straight to questions on it, if that's acceptable. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Iveson. So, referring then to the report, option 2 essentially defers deadlines for tax payments and fines and the like until landowners can make their presentations and get a ruling as to whether their assessed values would remain where the city had them or reduce them. Is that fair to say?
That's my understanding, but I would like Kate Watt to weigh in.
Yes, Councillor Kamel, that's correct.
I'm just going to try to find my notes here. Option 3 speaks to the concept that I was sort of speaking to when we last spoke about this, about phasing in the changes on the presumption that some people are going to be contemplating rather dramatic increases in their property taxes, that we would phase them in over, I think option 3 calls for phasing it in over 3 years, really. That fair to say?
Yes, that is correct. I mean, it is technically 4 years, but in the actual phasing, we would get to 100% in the 4th year.
Now, it was not clear, at least to me in the report. Does option 3 presume that option 2 would be in place and that option 3 is sort of a further add-on? So we're like a both and approach, or is it one or the other?
Certainly in option 3, we would be contemplating a similar effect to option 1. Essentially, we would be looking to the ARB as the normal recourse in these matters to lead the way on what is the correct value for these properties. And then we would, on the taxation side, phase in the impact. So yes, option 3, we could contemplate and involve an option 2 style of ARB component.
Well, and just to speak sort of pragmatically about it, the idea that we wait for, I'm getting my acronyms mixed up, but wait for ERB to rule before we apply any penalties, but take that ruling forward and then transition people into a full tax payment, if you will, as is outlined in option 3. Is that what
the only issue with this, Councillor, is that we are under provincial legislation required to do an annual reassessment. So in effect, the assessor and the property owner has an opportunity every year to look at that year's assessment and to have a conversation about it and ultimately to appeal it if a mutual conclusion cannot be reached. So in option 3, what we would be looking to do is to work with whatever the practice happens or whatever the consequences are of any appeal that happens in that year. So we would be separating out the assessment process from the taxation process. And we could, in those years, look to sort of deferring or delaying penalty until those matters are settled.
Oh, I see where you're headed. I'm only suggesting that we defer any penalties that might be incurred in 20 or 21, simply because we're in the midst of figuring this out. That people don't get penalized for not filing an objection or what have you, while we go through the process of getting this roll-in phase kind of detailed. And understanding it would have to be in essence renewed by council every year, but I just don't want to see people have one set of expectations and then turn around and get fined because they're waiting for council and administration to sort of tease out all the details.
I understand what you're alluding to here. The current mailing date for our assessment notices and the last day of appeal is not until April, so we still have a bit of time before any of those consequences would come in. But we could absolutely be looking at the bylaw, the penalty bylaw, to make sure that there are exceptions. Anton Szabo is also on the line if he has more he'd like to contribute to the actual mechanics of that.
Thanks, Kate. Yeah, Councillor, I think just speaking to your question, what I'm getting from it is, I think the two options have a bit of a different notion associated with them. So in option 2, the notion truly is, let's give you some more time to review your assessment, ensure it's fair and accurate. The ARB has been identified as the primary place to go. So until you have an opportunity to do that, we're not going to be penalizing you while you're sorting that stuff out. That's the notion behind option 2. Option 3 is more talking about, look, you have come to us saying that you were surprised by these tax increases. this might be the new reality. So we are phasing it in as a bit of an understanding that we want you to not get hit suddenly by a big increase. So it's more about acknowledging, hey, you guys saw a big increase, we're going to phase that in, versus option 2 is more about everyone deserves a right to appeal first and foremost. We're not going to do anything else before that. You can combine them if you want, but there's slightly different ideas there.
I'm out of time. I'll come back around.
Councillor McKean?
Thank you. I want somebody to walk me through this quickly, Ms. Water, Mr. Szabo. So essentially, landowners in that area were promised that their taxes would not rise above the rates they were paying in the county. They wouldn't suddenly be thrown on the city tax roll and taxed like everybody else. Yes?
Not quite, Councillor. What they were told and what is explicitly laid out in the annexation agreement is that the annexed properties would, for a period up to 50 years, get the most favorable of the two tax rates. We did not and cannot, under legislation, contemplate fixing taxes, because the component of what a person ends up paying in their property taxes is very driven by the value of their property as in their assessment. So we cannot fix assessments, but we did under the annexation agree that so long as nothing material changed about the property, they would get the favorable of the two rates.
But what has happened in seeing some of these increases is that there's a difference in the way that we assess from the way that Leduc County was assessing, although they really should be the same. Yes?
No, I wouldn't characterize it that way either. Sorry, I do not want to be argumentative, but the assessment process can be a little bit weedy. What we see has happened is that there has been a market increase in certain pockets of this annexed area as a consequence of investment and development. Those things we attribute to sort of market forces and market change, and increases this in the market value of such properties. The other thing that has changed for many of these properties is that their actual use has changed. So where they were, say, farmland, they're now non-residential properties. Where they were residences, they have perhaps undergone substantial improvement and renovation. All of these things contribute to a change in the assessment. It would be true in Leduc County as much as it is true in the city of Edmonton.
Okay. I'm going to try to get a yes out of you. Is it true that more properties actually they saw their taxes decrease?
That is true, yes. In this annexed area.
Sorry, I got one right.
We did see more decreases in assessed value and decreases in taxes than increases.
Okay, and I will listen closely to what Tim is asking, but the second option was to give them just more time to pay or to not have penalties accruing on them, because this gives them time to appeal their assessments.
Yes, and also that we would honor whatever that assessment is for the previous year as well. So essentially deferring the tax deadline for these properties until the end of 2021, allowing the assessment review board process to continue in the way that it should, and sort of rectifying everything according to whatever that decided value is before the end of the year, without any taxpayer having to pay anything.
So I'm batting 500. So I'm not going to ask another question about the third option. I'll leave it to my colleagues. Thank you.
Councillor Walters.
Thank you. So it's true that the provincial government legislates assessment. So we assess the same way, but the pace at which assessments of individual properties can be updated is never the same. It doesn't have to be the same.
Sorry, was there a question in that?
Yeah, so you can, so my understanding, again, and I've asked this maybe, every time we've spoken about this, but from the time the annexation agreement was signed, between then and when they actually became part of the city of Edmonton, there was different assessments, like updated assessments provided for those properties by the county.
Yeah, provincial legislation requires every assessor, both myself as the assessor of the city of Edmonton and Leduc County's assessor and every other in the province, to reassess all property every year as of July the 1st, and to look at the condition of the property as of December 31st of that same year. So the way the system is intended to run is that every year a reconsideration of the property happens according to those two very important dates. So what happened specifically in the annexed area is that when the city of Edmonton became responsible for its assessment, we did do a thorough review of all the data, and that did result in some data changes, and that did result in changes in the assessed value as a consequence.
Right.
And we also measured the market, and that is where the market value change and assessment comes in.
And they still got the lower of the two.
They did, yes.
Comparably, because that's what the agreement was. Whether we communicated that effectively, I don't hopefully we don't have another annexation to learn our lesson in that regard for a long time. But, okay, that's all I needed. Thanks.
Councillor Carmel?
Thank you. So I don't want to belabor any of that. We talked about this for a couple of hours last time we talked about this, about perception and reality and the fine language of what was in the order versus what people were told. So instead, I would like to move a motion that we essentially incorporate the spirit, as Mr. Szabo outlined, of option 2 and option 3, which is to say, let these landowners make their presentations to ARB and get a ruling, and then coming out of that, provide them an opportunity to transition to their new reality. I don't know how to write that in a motion, but that's the motion I want to put forward.
And with respect to the penalties, that the penalties would be held in abeyance until those hit, or waive the penalties up to a certain point?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I believe that, as Mr. Szabo described it, the essence of option 2 is that the deadlines before which, or at which penalties would be imposed are effectively put to the end of the year, the end of the calendar year.
Sorry, Councillor, would you also wish to provide that rebate for previous year's incremental tax increases?
Yes.
So we can work on something here quickly and try to get a motion for the clerks.
So for the retroactive years, that would be done, and for the current year, that would be subject to the appeal, and for future years, it would be in accordance with the laws of the land, like everybody else.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So
maybe
that's
as
the
we're
intent.
drafting here, just to get the clarity of the expectation, so would you have the penalty kind of removed regardless of whether or not they win or lose at the assessment review board? So they have the opportunity, and if they win, they get the rebate, and if they lose, they still get the rebate based on wherever they're at, and they don't have any penalties accruing.
I would break it out through the tax years. So if there's a penalty that comes into play for 2020, I would like to see that forgiven. But for 2021, the penalty wouldn't hit until the end of the calendar year anyway. So are we saying the same thing, perhaps?
So waive the penalty for 20 and the increase for 20, the delta that's under appeal, and then defer the penalty in 21 till after the appeal?
Yeah, until after ARB rules on the appeals.
It would probably just be easier to leave it at the end of the year, and they have it in the end of the year to pay regardless.
Yeah, yeah.
So I mean, essentially, we're going with the idea of option 2, and you want to add in a bit of a rebate component there.
That's
So
retroactive to 20 though, right? The rebates for 20?
Well, the rebate would only come into play if their ARB appeal was held up.
So that is option 2 then, because option 2 suggests If they're successful at the ARB, option 2 says we will delay any penalties, so no penalties will accrue until the end of 2021. They have an opportunity to file their complaint at the ARB this year. If they're successful, as is the standard ARB process, they receive a rebate for their 2021 taxes as it is. And what we're saying, as in addition to that, what we're proposing is the additional incentive for option 2 beyond the penalty delay is to say, if you're also successful at the ARB, we will give you a credit for last year as if you had won last year as well. So that's above and beyond what would normally take place in the ARB. They would only typically rule on this year's amount. But under option 2, we're proposing as part of that is if they win, they will also get a rebate for 2020. So that would just require you to pass option 2.
So that's option 2. And option 3 is, in essence, if your taxes went up substantially, we're going to give you 3 years or 4 years, depending how you count it, to transition into that.
Regardless of the appeal outcome.
Regardless of the appeal outcome.
And it would only be for those properties that saw increases. So of the
That's right.
400 properties, only 100 of them are benefiting from this program. Those who saw decreases or stayed the same would not benefit from the program.
Right.
We can't claw it back from the ones whose went down? I kid.
Can't add another tax on afterwards, no.
We're trying to make
for good
things
reason,
not
for
loose
good
things.
reason.
And I'm thinking,
So, yeah, I think,
so that's the essence of my motion. I'm not sure if you've been able to capture that, but
well, so just to be clear, you're looking to add on then the phased in as well?
yep.
Okay, so just give us a second.
Do you need both, though? Because if you're going to waive the increases, doesn't that make the appeals
Well, I was going to
irrelevant,
speak to
or-
that. I'm not sure. I can speak to it while Mr. Zabo's crafting out some words, if you like. But
Sure.
I'm only, this amounts to roughly 100 accounts. And of those accounts, most are, this is going to have, hundreds of dollars of an effect, if that. So, this is a lot of effort, I know, for those accounts. But there are some very extreme examples where people have gone, from $1,000 in property tax to $10,000 in property tax, and just have no way to contemplate that. So it's really for those very extreme circumstances that we need to offer the opportunity to sort of phase that in, so they can understand that. Because I've heard some, and I don't want to belabor it again because we heard a lot of them last time, but there is some pretty serious increases where people are very land rich and very cash poor, simply because they live close to 41st Ave.
Just one additional clarity then there, Councillor, because what we have proposed even under option 3 is that these rebates be limited to the residential tax increases. So say, for example, if a property was a residential property and then we noted an RV storage lot on site, and that's the reason for their tax increase, even under option 3, we're not proposing to phase in that increase because that's a data change rather than a market value change. So that would be one step beyond what we proposed here.
So effectively, in those circumstances, you're moving land from what would be agricultural to non-residential use. And so, the opportunity for appeal is still there, and I would leave that with the landowner, because that's less clear to me. The example of the RV lot means that someone's got a revenue opportunity that should offset the property tax implications. The example of a riding arena, not so much. And I think there's an interpretation question that is best left to the ARB to figure out.
Let the record show that it was vigorous head nodding all around the Google.
Well, that was a long yes, but yeah, agree, Mr. Zabo, just the residential portion is what I'm speaking of. Thank you.
And like I said, certainly an ARB decision would still affect those other components if they decided on them.
Yep.
One option here, if it's a little tricky to word up, is we could postpone this item and move on to the surplus school sites item and then come back to this once some drafting has occurred, unless we're close on the drafting. Just give some options here. We're almost at the 3:30 break too, so.
Councillor, maybe taking the break or Mayor would be ideal. Take the break and then we can come back.
Okay. Well, how do folks feel about moving up the break by 10 minutes? And then we can come back at 3:35, or you got calls? Okay, you got calls? Okay. Well, I mean, we can just take a slightly longer break then and from here and pick this up at 3:45, finish it, and then just surplus schools after that. We should be fine.
How long is the presentation on this surplus school site?
It's slightly longer than the hangar, but not
Okay.
much.
So 5-7 minutes kind of thing? Could fit it in before.
Whatever.
I think we got time. Why don't we just take a little bit longer break, and then folks can both draft and still have a break, and then we'll come back at 3:45 and pick it up. So,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, let's break now. We'll look at some draft wording at 3:45. Thanks.
Yeah, we're fine. Everything's redirected. My brother's in the media back in the way.
So then it counts. From here to committee.
Okay, good afternoon. Let's resume. I understand we have some wording, but before we get to that, I'll just roll call, make sure we have everyone here who we need to have here. Councillor McKean.
I am here.
Welcome back. Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Yep, here.
Good day. And Councillor Walters.
Dutifully present.
Excellent. And do we have hangers on from council with us beyond that? I see Councillor Essinger.
Yeah, I'm still hanging on, although I'm on my phone right now, so.
Okay, Councillors Henderson and Esslinger are still with us. Thank you. Okay, carrying on this item, Councillor Cartmel, you've got some wording now. Go ahead.
I do, thank you. So as discussed, this is essentially a combination of option 2 and 3. So the motion is as follows. That executive committee recommend to City Council, 1, that administration bring back amendments to bylaw 12914 to change the tax due date on residential properties within the Leduc County annexed area to December 31st, 2021, in accordance with option 2, as outlined in February 1, 2021 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 00021 revised. Number 2, that administration bring back a report to committee canceling any 2020 penalties on residential properties within the Leduc annexed area that have an increase in taxes for 2020. 3, that administration bring back a report to committee outlining the cancellation that would be required under Section 347 for properties that are successful in an assessment appeal in 2021 in accordance with option 2 as outlined in February 2, 2021 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 00021 revised. And 4, that administration bring back a report to committee in the first quarter of each of the next 2 years outlining the taxes and any penalties that would be required to be cancelled under Section 347 of the Municipal Government Act to accomplish the cancellation that is contemplated in option 3 as outlined in the February 1, 2021 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 00021 revised for any residential properties in the annexed area that had an increase in taxes in 2020 in accordance with option 3 as outlined in the February 1, 2021 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 00021 revised.
Thank you. Did you want to introduce it?
Yes, I guess really just in summary of the discussion earlier, this is essentially a combination of option 2 and option 3. Option 2 generally in spirit sees that these property owners are not penalized while they get through the assessment review board discussions and appeals that they may bring forward, and that pending the result of those appeals and those outcomes, that they receive a phased-in approach over the next 4 years to bring them up to city-assessed property tax levels.
Questions? Maybe just a couple quick ones. The report, just to verify, the amounts are small enough that they can be covered within the essentially the allowance for doubtful accounts and appeals that are set aside?
That's correct.
Okay, so we don't require a budget reallocation to do it. And in terms of administrative burden to do this on these 100-some accounts, is that manageable? I know it's a busy time of year as well. Don't all answer at
We'll try
once.
and manage. I'm looking at my sister. She's not saying anything, so I'm going to take that as a yes, we can manage it.
Okay.
Beg your pardon. Yes, we will manage. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay. And I think it's important just to double check that, not assume, because it's a bit of custom work and you've got to override some systems that are designed not to make these kinds of exceptions for good reasons. So I think in just speaking to it, you know, having been a part of those conversations, I think we all assume a shorthand about subject to data changes and market value changes. The fundamental methodology will be unchanged and the tax rates will be whichever is lower. And in some cases, people are paying less because they're benefiting from that lower rate already. So in my view, the argument that the city is not upholding what was said by the city is dubious, having said that on behalf of the city and understanding very clearly the context. However, I can understand why people themselves in their circumstances, as we heard from previously, could have formed a different opinion. And the city's been put in a very difficult situation because some of the data changes that came about in result of this. And if this had been a larger amount of money that was more challenging for us to resolve to kind of put this right, I would be making the case for us to go back and recover some of that from the county based on some of how this unfolded. Because we have also agreed to make them whole for lost revenue and are paying them as part of the transition based on a variety of assumptions. And then as these circumstances have developed between us and as a result of changes in methodology and frankly late-breaking data changes, that perhaps the county should have been more diligent in administering in their own assessment process, that has left the city of Edmonton in a really unenviable position here. And it will cost us some money and considerable staff effort to make that right, but I think that is the right thing to do. And it's not a large enough amount that it warrants raising the issue for anything other than a matter of principle with the county, but we frankly have much bigger fish to fry in our regional relationships than to vex that issue. But I did want to register it because I don't think this falls entirely on the city of Edmonton, and remedying it shouldn't either. However, let's just take initiative, do the right thing for these folks. They are Edmontonians now, and let's give them a proper welcome. That is some mitigation, and I appreciate how Councillor Carmel has built this, some mitigation for their understanding and a softening of an adjustment to their new reality that will be ultimately tested and validated by the proper authority, which is the ARB. So I think that this sort of helps with the transition on a reasonable basis, and then allows the statutorily defined processes and the quasi-judicial appeals to do their work from here on out, which I think is fair. So I appreciate how this has come together and will support it, notwithstanding all of the previous qualifications to my support that I noted. But all that said, I think this is the right thing to do. Anybody else before I go to Councillor Carmel to close?
Nothing more from me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Please vote.
Mr. Mayor, apologies. We have just added some due dates to the motion. There's actually 3.
Sure.
At admin's advice. Can you just confirm that those are satisfactory, please?
Yeah, we got to get some of this sorted out before mill rate and some of it before the end of the year. And I think those cover that.
Yeah, so just parts 2 and 3 would be Q4 of this year, just it's cut off a little bit, and then the 4th part would be in Q1 2022 and then 2023 as well.
Yep, I think, that works for Councillor Carmel, that works for admin, that works for everybody. Okay, thank you for that. Now with those due dates as presented, please vote.
We're just missing Councillor Walters' vote. And we have 5 votes.
Display the vote. Carried. Okay, last but not least, then surplus school sites, item 6.9.
I'm going to turn it right over to Mr. Hodgson.
Good afternoon again, Mayor Iveson and members of committee. I'm joined today by several members of our Urban Forum Real Estate, Citizen Services, and Legal Services teams that are available on the call to help answer questions. Mr. Ozaduk, our Acting Director of Land Development, will lead us through our presentation. Leo,
Good afternoon, Mayor Iveson and members of Executive Committee. As Chris mentioned, my name is Neil Osduk, and I'm the Acting Director of Land Development in the city's real estate branch. Today, administration is bringing forward a report to provide information related to the city's current inventory of surplus school sites, future plans of the school boards, and the feasibility of using sale proceeds to fund obligations for new school sites. The City of Edmonton, next slide, please. The City of Edmonton can receive surplus school sites from the 3 school divisions that are members of the Joint Use Agreement. These include the Edmonton Public School Division, the Edmonton Catholic School District, or the Greater North Central Francophone Division. Sites may fall on reserve or non-reserve land. Reserve land used for school sites refers to municipal and or school reserve lands, and sites on reserve land do not have a cost to be acquired by the city. Once a site is declared surplus by the school divisions, a review is carried out to determine if there's a civic need for these sites, such as open space or an operational yard. If no civic need is identified for the site, then the site may be declared surplus by the city and will be disposed of. Sites that are on non-reserve land are owned by the school divisions and would need to be purchased at market value by the city. As such, these sites are only acquired if there's a civic need identified for that site and funding is available. There are no non-reserve properties within the city's current inventory of surplus school sites, and typically there would not be. Next slide. The city currently has 25 surplus school sites within its inventory. The majority of these sites have identified uses planned for them. There are a further 92 identified sites for potential future schools on land that is either fully assembled and vacant, under land assembly, or in planned areas where land assembly has not yet begun. The 28 school sites are the 28 vacant school sites are fully assembled and are ready for school site development, but currently sit vacant. Next slide, please. The city continues to provide dedicated support to the school divisions on achieving their goals. The Joint Use Agreement land guides the preparation and maintenance of joint use sites and provides framework for mutually beneficial decision-making. Administration is collaborating with the Edmonton Public School Division on a real estate strategy to better utilize their assets. Similarly, Edmonton Catholic School District plans to review and prioritize its land inventory. The Greater North Central Francophone Division is focused on growth and acquiring new school sites located or in locations that meet their needs. Administration and the school divisions continue to work cohesively on matters pertaining to school sites. JUA meetings, including the JUA Steering Committee, the Land Management Committee, and the Facilities Management Committee, are ongoing and involve members from the city and all 3 school divisions. Members of administration and Edmonton Public are also working collaboratively on developing a strategy to assist them in reducing their inventory of non-operational school sites. The school divisions recently completed a review of their school sites in 2020, resulting in 8 sites being declared surplus. The next scheduled review is in 2024. A review of the JUA is in its early stages and is expected to take 1 to 2 years. The project charter for the review is being formed, and administration is currently seeking input from stakeholders, including those of our school division partners, to help inform the scope of work. Next slide, please. Policy C468A, the policy to govern the use of funds from the sale of surplus school sites, focuses on where and how the proceeds can be spent and generally aligns with language in the Joint Use Agreement and the Municipal Government Act. The policy requires the funds be dispersed in the following order: to retire outstanding debt related to servicing and acquisition, as well as any accrued interest, to acquire required neighborhood parkland, to develop parkland to the minimum level of service, and then lastly, to develop parkland to the shared level of service based on the assessed program needs. The policy also dictates the geographic locations that the proceeds can be spent, stating that the proceeds must be dispersed in the following order. First, within the neighborhood level plan area. Second, to the adjacent neighborhoods within the larger plan area. And then lastly, to the neighborhoods or district park within the larger plan area. It does not allow the proceeds to be dispersed outside of the plan area that generated the funds. Additionally, the sale of proceeds from the surplus school sites used for the First Place program are exempt from this policy. Next slide, please. City obligations towards development of new schools are dictated by the MGA and the JUA. These 2 documents require that the city assemble the land necessary for schools, ensure base level development of the site, which includes grade level and seed, maintain the school site until the school is developed, and also maintain the fields and facilities outside of the school building footprint. And lastly, the city is to ensure servicing is available to the school. These obligations are met through a combination of conditions of subdivision, the use of the funds in the reserve, or other forms of capital and operating budget funding. Next slide, please. Taking into consideration the legislation, agreements, and policies in place, the proceeds of sale of surplus school sites is restricted in what and where it can be used. Firstly, the proceeds from the sale of surplus school sites on reserve land are limited to park site creation or development of new school sites that fall within the same neighborhood and plan area. Secondly, the proceeds generated from the First Place program cannot be used towards city obligations for new schools, as they are redirected to affordable housing and the school divisions themselves. There are currently only 5 plan areas in the city that include both surplus school sites and vacant school sites. These are the plan areas where proceeds of sale could fund city obligations for future school sites, provided those funds are used on park or school site assembly or development. These include the Edmonton North Area Structure Plan, the Castle Downs Outline Plan, the Clareview Outline Plan, the West Jasper Place Outline Plan, and the Cascateo Outline Plan. Next slide. Thank you. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. This was selected by Councillor Walters, so I'll start with you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I guess firstly, in terms of all future sites that may be surplus to us, and I think, you know, we've talked about this a couple weeks ago, and I think it's clear in your presentation, but I just want to confirm the strategy, like I guess a bit of a master strategy about what those sites can be used for, what our needs are, what the school board's needs are. That's what's being developed as part of the joint use agreement update.
Well, the joint use agreement states that, it directs how the sites can be surplus.
Right.
So it gives a process for how that happens.
So let me divide sorry, Neil, let me divide my question into two then. I don't think I asked it correctly. So there is that process to determine why and how they should be surplused, right? I guess our contribution to that would be some sort of grander strategy around what we will do with the sites once they're surplused, which would enable, my understanding would enable a smoother process inside the JUA. Does that make sense?
Yeah, let me clarify. Are you asking if the JUA can be worded to include how sites can be developed or how they're sold or used?
Well, the school board's willingness to surplus them may depend on what we say we're going to do with them. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. So if we have a sort of grand strategy of, you know, with some criteria for the use of them, then the surplusing may be smoother. Clear.
So, yeah, currently there's nothing in the JUA that says we have to, you know, identify what the sites will be used for. When they're declared surplus by the school boards and they come to the city, then the city has discretion over how we develop those sites and what the end use becomes. That may become a city use, or it may become declared surplus and then sold.
Mr. Hodgson, and I'm referring back to the conversation we had about Kiniski a couple of weeks ago.
Council Walters, I'll maybe expand on Mr. Ozaduk's answer. As you're aware, out of the 25 surplus school sites that are in the city's inventory, there are 3 separate programs that allocate strategies around how those are used. Those are the First Place program, the seniors housing, and the building housing choices sites. For properties that don't fall within those 3 strategies, the intent is for the city to publicly offer those and you know, ensure that we have a proposal that comes forward that's grounded in a marketability to deliver the project.
So I guess what I'm saying is, unless it's also offered in some riverbanks principles, and that's clear to the school boards, you know, I'm not sure if I'm clear here. I'm just trying to reflect the conversation we had a couple weeks back, where there's, you know, we could publicly offer them. We end up in a situation where we have a private school, and that's not aligned with the values of the school board, so there's hesitancy then thus to surplus sites, right? That's what I'm trying to understand, is how do we make sure we have a clear understanding with the school boards so that we're not kind of relitigating the circumstance we went through a couple weeks ago.
Councilor Walters, it is a tough balance in terms of sites that have already been surplus by the school boards. I think on a go-forward basis, one of the things that we're working closely with Edmonton Public and the other boards on is setting up some type of understanding in terms of how we work together with the sites to give them some of that comfort that you're referencing. There are different scenarios that come forward. There are sites that don't have operational schools, and so there's a building obligation on the sites, and so those situations may be dealt with differently than something that is a pure reserve site that becomes surplus. And so I wouldn't say that all of the situations would be dealt with in the same way. But what we're trying to get to with Edmonton Public in particular is a place where there's a comfort in how that looks moving forward.
Okay.
And so to your point, just trying to alleviate some of those concerns.
Thanks, Chris. I'll try and get one more question. And so in terms of first place, there's 5 sites left, and then we had a report some months ago that says we're not going to carry on with the first place program as currently designed. Is my memory correct on that?
Yeah, there's currently no plans to advance or continue the first place program once we've developed all the sites within that program currently.
Okay, so I'll need a second round to follow up on that. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Councillor Cartmel, then Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. So a few questions then. When these sites are ultimately declared surplus, and now they're within the city's walls to determine what to do with them, or what our next best use might be for them, is there a viability question that goes into that? So for instance, is there an evaluation of each site in terms of access to amenity, access to transit service, serviceability, those kinds of things?
When a site is declared surplus by the school boards and comes into the city's inventory, there's a circulation that happens internally, and different departments and areas in the city will evaluate if there's a program need for that site. And if that site is circulated through the city and there's no need identified for that site, then it becomes surplus, and then the city would look to dispose of it or potentially use it for affordable housing or those types of uses.
Are there any, how likely is it, or what are the chances that a site remains green space? So the tension that often arises in the established neighborhoods is that a site has been designated for building, a building hasn't taken place, in some instances, decades go by, the space has been naturalized, it's been upgraded, the community's invested. It's part of the community's green space inventory. Is it possible for the community to buy that piece of land and keep it as part of the green space, for instance? Is there ever a consideration where the city might say, you know what, the best thing for this community, for that site, is that it remains green space?
So council, that does happen. When we do the internal review of the sites, one of the groups that is included in that circulation is the open space group. And they do an evaluation if that site needs to be retained. And if they determine that the site needs to be retained for open space, then they would put their hand up and make a claim on that site.
Does anybody ask the community what they think?
I think I would have to defer that question to folks in open space.
Well, hearing
Is
none, because that's
Ms. Butterfield on the line to answer that question, or?
I can answer that question. Paul Foster here. As part of our review process, when the sites do come surplus, we circulate as well to other park business areas throughout the city. We ask them to get input from the community leagues and their community league representatives, but we do not do a formal public engagement process on that.
I have a specific question about attachment 2. There is a site at the Henderson Estates Park, and it says in attachment 2 that that's in the planning stage. Can you let me know what's exactly happening with that site and what planning means?
When we refer to planning, it's planning the use of what that site will be. That Henderson Estates site specifically, I believe, is identified as a building housing choices site. And I know that group is currently evaluating their program needs and trying to plan out what that would be. I could let Crystal, could Jenny expand on that if there's anything else I'm missing?
Sure. Thanks, Neil. The housing team is currently reviewing all of the remaining sites in the Building Housing Choices program and conducting servicing studies that will help us assess and prioritize future building housing choices sites for development. So we're working on gathering information about how useful they are from a demand perspective for affordable housing, how much it's going to cost to service them, and other sort of contextual information that will help us create a schedule that we can then align to capital planning to support their timely development going forward. So the Henderson Estates site is part of that broader group that is getting that due diligence done, but there is no specific timeline for development assigned to it at this point.
Thank you. So often these building sites are part of a larger green space setting, part of a larger park. Do we look at the broader park and say, to ourselves, is there a better place for the building site to be within the context or within the confines of that specific park?
Yeah, that does happen, Councillor. So when we're looking at these sites, once they've been surplused and from the city's perspective, we do evaluate if there's a better location for that school site within the larger park area. So that could take in a few different factors, including technical issues, servicing issues, transportation, geotechnical concerns, and multitude of factors like that. So yeah, that evaluation does happen.
Thank you. I'm out of time. I'll have a subsequent motion, Mr. Mayor, when we're done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'm going to be very specific here. As Mr. Hodgson, you know that there's a number of sites listed as TBD, and they're in the planning stage. And I've heard from people in communities where their site is listed as TBD. Can you outline the process that will take the sites from TBD to whatever sort of final state the surplus school sites in those neighborhoods are in, and the level of or the touch points for people in the community?
Councillor Hamilton, if I'd be able to ask maybe, and I know that this isn't the proper forum, but just a clarifying question. Are you referencing one of the sites that are already included in one of those established strategies that I'd referenced previous? Or are you referencing sites where our intent would be to bring them to the market?
Well, so there's a number of sites that you've listed in attachment 2 and is reflected in your presentation as the site use is to be determined. And so it's not decided whether or not it's going to be seniors or housing or first place or surplus for sale. But it has been surplused, and in some cases surplus for a number of years or decades. And I hear some anxiety in communities. As you know, every time someone goes and pokes a hole in the ground on these sites, the question is what's happening on that site. So I'm looking for some clarity around, I've got 2 in Ward 5 to be more specific, 1 in Deschênes and 1 in Olescu. And I'm looking for some clarity so I can tell people who live across the street how the use of those sites will be determined, and maybe even when. What's the window on determining a use for these sites? Not just these ones specifically, but there's a number of sites that have not yet determined.
So Councillor, those are the sites where there isn't just an established strategy around them. Ultimately, what we would see happening is there would be some feasibility work that Mr. Osaduk had referenced in a past answer around, things like geotechnical conditions on site, some of that technical feasibility side of things. And then ultimately there would be engagement that happened through the community like any other site that would go through a rezoning or a planning process where items like reserve removal and that type of things, public hearing. So there would be at least a few regulatory touch points that would be required as part of that process. And then the other touch point or opportunity for folks within the community to speak would be through any disposition conversation that would happen through committee or council as well. So there would be I would say, layered phases of engagement with the communities as they get brought forward.
All right, thank you. That's really helpful. I guess this is maybe sort of a broader conversation. Maybe this is even a question for Ms. McCabe, is that as we go into newer areas of the city where there is school sites that are established but have not yet been surplused, but it's how are we managing the expectations of communities with respect to future surplus school sites?
Yeah, that's a great question, and one that Ms. Owen and I have had conversations about, because even in other cities, they have a different approach to signing the space. And it's something that we haven't landed on an approach yet, but something that is on our radar, that we have to create a very consistent expectation with citizens, so that they know that it's not a long-term green space.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger.
Thank you, and I appreciate this report. And I just wanted to understand a little bit more about the work going to work on the joint use agreement where it regards land. What is the time frame for that work to be completed?
Councillor, you're referring to the revision to the JUA?
Yes.
Review. So that work is in its very early stages right now. Administration is just creating a project charter and gathering information from stakeholders, which includes the school division partners. I think the time frame for that is 1 to 2 years before it would be completed.
Are you, through your work, going to engage community on some of those discussions? Because I think many of them have some strong feelings about that. It'd be interesting.
I might have to defer that question to Paul.
Hi, Councillor Esslinger. We're in the early stages of that project, developing the project charter. So to date, we have not identified any public engagement or consultation process that would be involved in that. And I think that would take a little more conversation throughout the administration to determine what our process would be for that, because it would also involve our partners with the school board.
We all serve the same citizens, so having some public engagement would probably be wise because they often argue with us later. So let's engage them up front. I think it would be helpful. And I guess I'm also concerned, and if this will be part of the conversation, if decisions that we make, if school boards can withhold declaring surplus if they don't like what we're going to do with that in the end, like the private schools.
Councillor Etzinger, I think that the risk that you're identifying is one that was kind of alluded to in a question from Councillor Walters as well. I think one of the things that we're hoping to establish through the conversations, both on the JUA and on the just the general real estate strategy side, is a path forward where the groups and the partners to the JUA feel confident in the future of what those sites look like. Ultimately, there's complexity to that, and there are different considerations that will need to be considered. The other thing, and I just kind of jump on and add a little bit of a clarifier to the question that was asked of Mr. Foster as well, is just a consideration that the JUA is a legal agreement. And so we'll be working with our partners to establish kind of terms that work for each of the different parties. But there is, again, a layer of complexity around how public engagement might work or fit within that process.
I appreciate there would be complexity, but I think the value that we're all working to what's best for the citizens would be very good. Thank you. That's all my questions.
If I may add to that, Councillor, the notion of community defining decisions being made without community input is would not be appropriate. So within the confines, we need to have those conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walters?
Thanks. So we still have a number of senior sites remaining, and I'm just wondering about our sort of evaluation or thinking about those. You know, of course, everybody in the neighborhood where these sites are always seem to prefer seniors housing to other kinds of housing, but what's the market for them? How many have we built, and what's our understanding of the market for them going forward?
Thanks.
So,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Chris.
actually, I was just going to pass the question to Ms. Congener anyway, so that works out well.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Walters. So far to date, we've developed one. One of the sites has been developed in Sackhow. We had listed 2 others for seniors development for offers, and we have not received any responses on those that we deemed sufficient to accept. The way that those sites were identified previously was through an RFEOI conducted by the real estate branch or in around 2015. So as part of our review of the overall prioritization for development, we are looking at consulting with our partners in the seniors sector to see from their perspective where the demand is currently in terms of gaps for seniors housing, and we will use that information to prioritize those sites for development as well.
So then at some point you may determine that constraining those sites to seniors housing is not the wise way forward, and a recommendation might come to council at that point to change the criteria.
That is possible. It is council direction that identified those sites for seniors, so council would need to provide us direction to change it.
Right.
But
you would give us
testing
advice.
the market would give you information to use to make that decision for sure.
So that answers my question. Now the senior site in Blue Quill, there has been some interest from one seniors developer on that site down the road. Is that still confirmed?
I have had a seniors provider express a verbal interest in that site, yes. But again, in terms of a formal offer, we have not offered it and it has not been received. Through that consultation, we'll be reaching out to that provider in addition, so they'll have another opportunity to express interest if it still exists. And if they have a funding source that aligns with the timing we'll be looking at, then we'll obviously factor that in to the prioritization around which site to develop next.
And one of those funding sources, particularly for the planning, could be our AHIP grant, possibly. Is that true? Like they could apply to the city for some funding for the planning. If there's an affordable housing, if it was, on the affordable end of seniors housing.
Yeah, it's possible. We do like to try to prioritize AHIP grants for projects where there isn't already potentially a city contribution involved. And so we do try to keep those a little bit separate in terms of surplus school site land being available at a below market rate, and then also a top-up grant. But that being said, it would just depend on the specific application and whether it meets the criteria at the time. And part of that is them owning the land. And so it's a bit of a chicken and egg thing, but we're looking at we're actually currently reviewing our land disposition process in general and how we can make it more efficient and align with those types of challenges. And so it's quite likely there'll be a recommendation around the disposition piece coming forward as our overall land policy work later this year that will help streamline some of that as well.
Thanks. And just then, Mr. Hodgson, to move on, just questions about Sky Rattler Park, which is sort of right now the last of the first place sites in the queue. And I'm going to have a subsequent motion about this in a minute, but just a little bit of history here. There were a couple of alternative sites explored way back before you were there, I think. But your perspective right now is those alternative sites. One is off the table and one could be on the table, but down the road.
Councillor Walters, you're right. We had explored a couple of different alternate sites. It did happen before my time, for the most part. One was a private site, if you'll recall, and it was over at the Taylor College site. The second site was a site that was ultimately reviewed from a technical and financial viability standpoint. From a technical standpoint, it is possible to build there. From a financial standpoint, it isn't a site that we've deemed as being viable. Right. So that really has restricted kind of our ability to progress that item. I know that that council had provided previous direction on pushing that site to the end of consideration as part of the First Place program development, and so we prioritized that work as such.
Okay, well, I'll ask more questions when I put the subsequent on the floor later. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I do have a subsequent motion that I'd like to make at this point.
Let me just see if there are any more questions on the report itself, which I think is an information report. So why don't we just do a receipt of information and then move into the subsequents?
Sure.
Someone want to move receipt of information?
I'll move that.
I'll move receipt.
Councillor McKean? Okay. Any further debate? I guess we'll save that for the subsequent. So please vote on receipt of information.
We're just missing Councillor Hamilton's vote.
Councillor Hamilton, are you there? Just give us a thumbs up.
Sorry, I don't know, Mercury is retrograde or something. I'm a yes.
It's Monday. That's all. It's just Monday. Plus retrograde. Deadly combination. Okay, that passes 5-0. All right, so I think Councillor Cartmell was up next, so I'll go there, and then we'll come back to Councillor Walters for another motion, I understand. So Councillor Cartmell.
Great, thank you. So I will move that administration evaluate a building location at the east side of Henderson Estates Park, adjacent to Riverbend Road, as an alternative to the existing surplus school site, and provide a report to committee. I can briefly introduce that.
Go ahead.
This site was declared surplus in 2009, and the consistent feedback of this neighborhood has been that they would like to see this park, this building site remain green space. There's been investments made to upgrade modestly that park. It is the site of a snowbank rink. It is actually quite integral to the neighborhood. The Henderson Estates neighborhood doesn't have a lot of green space, and to the east is Falconer, and it has virtually no green space. So this is a somewhat vital park. Notwithstanding that, this community has come to accept that it is likely some development will happen somewhere on this park. And they have, again, consistently provided feedback. They would like to see that development happen towards Riverbend Road and away from, I believe it's Henderson Street. With the recent changes to the bus route system, the transit service will be on Riverbend Road, but not along the west edge of this site. It should be relatively easily serviced, and an access point on Riverbend Road would actually provide a somewhat of a traffic calming measure on Riverbend Road. So this site, if it was to move to the east, adjacent to Riverbend Road, meets with a bit more acceptance from the general community than the current building site. So not suggesting that it replace, but suggesting that we crystallize with a motion that this site will be looked at by administration and will be considered as part of evaluating Henderson Park going forward. Thank you.
Questions? Councillor Walters? Or are you on for the other thing? Okay. Are there questions on it? Councillor Knack?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one, because I'm completely fine with a motion like that. I'm just thinking about, we had a similar conversation in Summerlee, and my understanding is, and well, not my understanding, we actually have it in writing that the city will look at reciting surplus school sites as part of the standard engagement process. And this is a site that was also surplus in 2009, so exact same timeline. So I just want to double check, and I don't know if maybe that wasn't made clear to that particular area, but I know the Community League has an email that says from the city, we will absolutely consider resetting. And if the majority of residents were to speak in favor of changing the site along where it's located, that we would absolutely look to do that. So is that still the case?
So thanks for the question, Councillor Knack. The policy for development of building housing choices sites indicates that community input is one factor that we consider, but also economics. And so moving the site needs to be economically feasible as well for us to look at that. And either way, it's up to council to approve relocating the site within the parcel if it's not going to be developed where the original building envelope was intended to be.
Absolutely, yeah. So it just sounds like, so I don't know, maybe to Councillor Carmel, the only question I had is that my understanding is that's the case on all of them. And so I don't know if we're doing this, should we label off all the 2009 sites just to make it very, very clear? Because I think that's already the expectation.
Well, thank you for the question, Councillor Knack. I'm speaking to this one specifically because this community has not had that question directly and specifically answered. Just before Christmas, once again, there was a communication that went to the Community League to say, what do you think should happen at Henderson Park? And again, the community said, clearly and unequivocally, A, nothing. Keep it green space. But B, if it's going to happen, consider a site on Riverbend Road. And there's no response that comes back to that input.
Oh, okay.
So I realize that maybe it's part of policy or it's part of procedure. This Community League needs to hear that the city will look at another site on that park. It may eliminate it, it may not be viable, but they're going to look at it. They need to hear that.
That's helpful. Thank you. Yeah, and that's helpful context. I will just say, yeah, it might be helpful because I have that for the other two community leagues in Ward 1 that were 2009. So maybe in the future that's something admin can share to all those community leagues because we have the written details. But appreciate why you're bringing that forward, Councillor Carmel. Thank you.
Maybe I'll just ask then to administration. In my recollection, where we've looked at this in the past, sometimes it's doable because the utilities are there and easy to hook up, or there was never a utility hookup for the school in the first place, so that's a cost wherever you put it. But there's also an abandonment cost of not using existing infrastructure and potentially a cost barrier or challenge. So just high level, has that analysis been done on this particular site?
That analysis has not yet been completed on this site, but that is something that we would absolutely look at when we are in terms of prioritizing the sites for development. And we have heard this feedback and we're absolutely prepared to evaluate other envelopes that may be technically feasible within that parcel, especially given Councillor Cartmel's representations of the community's desire to look at that. Absolutely.
And you know, we've been able to accommodate relocation in a few other cases, and that's been helpful to community support for the project and potentially made better, more buildable sites than a school pocket might have been in the first place. Transitions to community can be improved. I know this site a little bit, but not as intimately as some of the other ones that we've worked on over the years. So if that analysis hasn't been done yet, and this motion will allow for that analysis to occur and some conversation about what's feasible and what the trade-offs and costs might be. I would just, in speaking to it, put a caveat that if it puts onerous costs that affect the affordability of the housing back onto the city or the partner, that we just need to be really careful about managing expectations about that should there be issues that are very difficult to overcome that are of a technical nature. So I think just with the caveat that we would look at it seriously, but it's not a slam dunk because sometimes issues of servicing arise in these cases. And there are also sometimes legitimate issues with other folks who did not expect to have a site next to them all of a sudden having a site moved next to them. So there are trade-offs and complexities with opening this door. But if it proves to be in the public interest all around and not overly costly to do it, then I'm open to looking at this, and so I'll support the motion based on the discussion so far. Again, with those caveats, though. Councillor Walters, did you want to speak to this one?
Yeah, just quickly, I think, like you said, Mr. Mayor, this isn't the first time we've evaluated reciting. We did this very thing in Blue Quill, where, there was 2 sites. The context there is there was going to be the first place program in one corner and then a senior site across the park, and both sites collectively would have fragmented the park in a way that the community recognized wouldn't have been necessarily helpful, so reevaluation led to relocating it to the other side. And keeping, the whole space on the southwest corner of the park open, southeast corner of the park open. So I think this is a completely reasonable request, and I'll support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel, to close. If there's nobody else, Councillor Cartmel?
Nothing more. Thank you.
Okay, please vote.
My e-scribe went to sleep, so I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. And Councillor Walters subsequent?
Okay, it is that executive committee, so I have the older version, Kate, but what I have, do you have it up there? Okay, good, thanks. Executive committee recommends City Council that number 1, the Sky Rattler surplus school site be removed from the first place program. Number 2, the administration bring a report for proposed rezoning of the Sky Rattler surplus school site to AP public park zone to committee for consideration. That administration bring a report for proposed MR designation of the Sky Rattler surplus school site to committee for consideration. Number 4, that administration engage in discussions with the owner of Taylor College lands located in the Sky Rattler neighborhood, determine if there is an opportunity to integrate a first place program development into such lands. And just to introduce this is, I think was one of 5 or 6 sites that were in Ward 10 when I first got elected in 2013. This one always, to be honest, troubled me in some ways because of the small size of the park. I think it was the 2nd smallest park in the program. So that combined with the fact that it's directly across the street from what is a major redevelopment opportunity, and particularly now noted in the new city plan as being part of a transit corridor, likely future development of Taylor College, who knows when, but it is certainly a recognized development opportunity. And at the time that the present owner was considering development back in 2015, the unit count was somewhere between 600 to 1,200 units. This neighborhood already having 82% multifamily, a small park, the significant development opportunity across the street, and after extensive engagement to try and find what we called Plan C, which was development in a former transportation right-of-way, which was the once considered bridge across Black Mud Creek from 23rd Avenue into Twin Brooks. When that was surplused, we considered that land, and in fact, there was a land development application ready to go to council for that site, notwithstanding what we now know are sort of viability challenges for the site, but technically the LDA was being prepared and communicated to the community. And then when we were debating the South LRT extension and the potential at-grade crossings at 12th and 9th Ave, that LDA was sort of pulled back as we reconsidered putting the bridge back into play, which ultimately we decided not to. So I feel like we've kind of been around the bend with the community on this, communicated to them that at the time that Plan C was not just technically sound, but viable. And I think that was proven by the fact that we were preparing the land development application. So noting that there is future significant development opportunity across the park, and we had some across from the park, and we'd had some engagement with that landowner about density bonusing or integrating this program into their development down the road. This motion doesn't, make that certain. It still keeps the door open for it, and I think does the right thing in preserving a very small park in what will potentially be a very dense community at some point in the future. So I'll just leave it there, and if people have questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Questions on this one?
Mr. Mayor, if I may ask for clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Just wondering, Councillor Walters, if you would like for a report back with part 4 as well?
Well, not necessarily, no.
Okay.
No, I just think it just is future instruction to kind of engage in that opportunity.
Okay, thank
as
you.
it presents itself.
And so would you see parts 2 and 3 as separate reports as well, just so that we minute that as intended?
Well, I would seek your advice on that, Madam Clerk, actually. Like, I think there is a process where this would come through committee no matter. You said earlier, it's good.
Yes, we prefer for things to come through committee rather than directly to council. From my perspective, one report would be sufficient, but I'm not sure if administration would have reason for it to be 2 parts.
Well, it gets tricky because 2 and 3 are statutory land use issues that would come to public hearings ultimately, and to have a committee meeting on what becomes a statutory question is always awkward. So there's a policy question in 1 and quasi-judicial questions in 2 and 3 ultimately. So that's the sticky part.
So because my original motion was 1 and 4, and then, talking to admin, and maybe Mr. Hodgson, you could weigh in, like those could be done separately, like 1 and 4 could be 1 and 2 of one motion, and then subsequent to that, I don't know when, there's a timing question around what you would do then with 2 and 3.
Councillor Walters, I think Mayor Iveson has hit the issue right on its head. That 2 and 3 are items that would naturally be considered a public hearing. In terms of sequencing, I would tend to lead towards them being separated and getting the direction on 1 and 4 likely in advance of 2 and 3. But what would open it up to our legal partners, their ideas on the matter as well. I see Mr. Johnson on the call.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just weigh in quick, we would not normally do a proposed rezoning to public hearing, to committee that is a specific zone on a specific site. Where we've done that in the past, it's been for text amendments or more of a policy-based side of the rezoning equation than it is a specific site. I would be cautious with 2 and 3 going to committee instead of being a referral to public hearing.
Yeah. Okay. I guess from the order though, we're not inferring that 2 and 3 are subject to 4. They're separate and parallel processes unfolding. And that's the mover's intent too. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Questions on this? Councillor Baingut?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, once I looked at this motion there, could administration take a look at it and tell me that by approving this, especially part 1 of this, of this motion, are we putting the cart before the horse, or is that's not our general practice, is it?
Councillor Bang, if your question is, does one, like, again, the sequencing around 1 versus 2 and 3,
Yep.
whether that's of issue, I think that whether Sky Rattler is in the First Place program or not, that's going to be a principles-based discussion that the council will need to have. Ultimately, the Sky Rattler site could be removed from the program, and 2 and 3 would be able to have their own discussions on their own merits. So they can be considered separately, certainly.
Okay, and when we are removing one, the Sky Rattler from surplus school site, could you be able to explain to me what are we doing? Like, then let's say the other school sites and all of those could come and, ask for the same kind of deal there. Wouldn't this set a precedent to go the whole, series of requests?
Councillor Banga, I think that there is a risk that other communities would see this as being somewhat precedent setting. I think in terms of your specific question, though, it's probably better suited toward the mover of the motion rather than administration.
Okay, well then my question is for the mover.
So thanks, Councillor Banga. My argument has been all along on this site. There's a couple unique features that are important to be mindful of here. That one is the park is quite a bit smaller than most of the other overall park sites as part of this program. And secondly, the likelihood of a major development directly across the street from this site is present. And in fact, before the economy slowed down significantly in 2015, there was, meaningful engagement with the owner about, they had hired a local planner to begin, or a planning consultant to begin looking at development of up to 1,200 units right across the street. So it seemed sensible to me at the time to look at how we could shift this program across the road into an area that would already have significant development upon it and keep the whole park site intact. And so this isn't as quick as that original plan was, because the developer is, because like I said, because the economy had decided to hold back. But I think now with the new city plan and where this is, it is a major development opportunity, and it just is very reasonable in this community, which is what makes it unique to remove this one from the program.
Okay, so in that, still in the same, spirit there, shouldn't there be a report coming first before the council gets to decide whether they should be on the First Place program or not?
Well, there's been a few reports in the past. I can't remember if they were before or after you were first elected, Councillor Banga, but we had done some analysis on this site and alternative sites. As I described, the one alternative that I think still exists is across the road, and that's why number 4 is there as well. So it's not simply just removing it, it's still trying to create an opportunity for the program and or the number of units associated with the program to be achieved on a consolidated site, this consolidated on the larger site across the street.
Okay, thanks. No, I did not have any previous knowledge of it, but thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor McKean?
Yeah, thanks. To the mover, do you happen to have any of the data from those old reports? Because I seem to remember this was quite a bit smaller, and I just wondered if you had any of those comparative sizes with you today, and also what the status is of the amount of park space in that general area. You know, for example, I know there's a neighborhood or two in the ward I represent that are quite seriously underparked, and I just wondered if you had that information to buttress your argument today.
So I could defer to Mr. Hodgson on that, just to be more precise. You know, I think it's about half the size, give or little, 4 hectares versus 9 hectares in the Blue Quill Park. But just to be more precise, perhaps Mr. Hodgson has that information.
Mr. Hodgson, go ahead, sorry.
Councillor McKeon, it may take a little bit of time here to pull up the comparative data. In terms of the park size itself, it's about a little over 10 acres. The surplus school site size is a little over 2 acres, and so you're left with a park size less the surplus school site of just under 8 acres. In terms of percentage of park space, the development site is about 22% of the park space. High level, anecdotally, there are sites that have gone forward for development that have similar footprints in relation to the park sites, but I don't have the exact information on the comparators in front of me at the moment. And certainly there are unique, considerations that should be referenced with any community in terms of some of the density that Councillor Walters has referenced in adjacent development as well. So that would be kind of the high level answer I would have, and we'll do our best to try and get some comparators quickly if that's all right.
Yeah, I'm happy to support this today. It'll go up to council, but if we had a bit more of that information, I think that would be helpful to council. So it'd be sort of population density in the area, amount of park space relative to the average, and the size of this site perhaps relative to some of the other first place program sites. Well, because I do think, sort of speaking to it, but I do think there are times where the site becomes inappropriate because there's a lack of green space in the neighborhood versus population density, and then the size itself of the site. So I'm certainly willing to look at that when it comes to council, but I'll support it today for those reasons. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll maybe weigh in, having a bit of the history on this as well, going way back to knocking doors there in 2007, and becoming familiar with the site through several attempts to look at, among other things, moving the building pocket around. This is a particularly constrained site relative to most of the other, if not all of the other sites. Not only is it small, it's also essentially more crescent shaped along a collector road that runs in front of it. And so there aren't a lot of options, and the build pocket for where to move things around or where to build them, for that matter, that don't really disrupt the utility of a very small park. And I think also build on top of the playground that the community had built. And so there's significant challenges with this site. But I think the larger issue here is that it's a medium density neighborhood already, in comparison to a lot of the other places where we've had sites, with a very significant, what's Taylor College, 12 acres? 20 plus acres, medium density redevelopment site, or high density ultimately redevelopment site, walkable, on the edge of walkability to the Century Park LRT station. So there's already quite a bit of density in the neighborhood. There's a very substantial redevelopment likely coming, who knows when at this point. And that, I gather, that site has already coughed up its municipal reserve as part of the neighborhood. So there will be green space challenges going forward here, and that was always part of the case. And this is a 2006 site, not a 2009 site. And I would defend that the 2009 sites received a lot more scrutiny along the way about whether there were alternate uses for them, either for the city or for other partners. The 2006 sites arguably were rushed and not vetted. Most of them have worked out and will meet our city building goals, but I think if this had received a little more scrutiny back then, perhaps it might not have been advanced as a good candidate. So there is one substantial, I feel like I'm full of caveats here today though, because I do think that if this opens the door to other members of council deleting other sites, then I think we'll have a real problem. So I do think it will be critical to articulate very clearly for council why this is the exception and not the door coming open to a policy change around these sites. Most of which have been built out from the 2006, so it's really moot at this point. But again, recognizing that the 2009 sites have received a lot more scrutiny and planning up to this point. There's still more work to do on some of them for sure. So not to prejudice any of those other discussions, but in this case, I think there is a case can be made. I'm familiar with that case, and I think this is a chance to remedy what may have been an oversight back in 2006, and a substantial irritant and risk to the community. So not wanting to kick the doors wide open to reevaluating the majority of these sites or the balance of these sites, I think that a case can be made, and be good to bring some of that material forward to council next week. Dig up some of those reports would be my advice. To make sure that those are all at hand and perhaps even on debate. Those distinguishing features of this site, making it unique, can be emphasized. So I'll leave it there and see if there's anybody else before I go to Councillor Walters to close. Councillor Cartmel?
Really just one comment. I appreciate what you're saying, Mayor Iveson, but I do think that back to Councillor Hamilton's comments earlier, there's a sort of Damocles piece that is at work here, where there's an open-ended question about a green space that goes on 15, 20, 25, 30 years. And at some point, we're going to have to find a way to close these things off. Either we're developing some of these spots or we're not, because they just continue this constant cycle of angst in everywhere where there's a spot, and particularly when questions are asked and no definitive response is given, that just amps up people's anxiety even more. So maybe we got to build all these things. Maybe they shouldn't be taken out of inventory, but I think it's time to either do it or not in a number of these places. So thank you.
Anybody else before I go to Councillor Walters to close? Go ahead.
Thank you. So firstly, just on a process question, we could amend this at council to reorganize the MR and the rezoning questions appropriately. So maybe between now and then, some recommendation from administration on how best to do that, and from law. Because my original motion today was 1 and 4, and then I thought, well, at some point we'll have to deal with the zoning and the MR question. So, and maybe I was a little premature in pressing that question today. So, but just so I'm clear, Ms. Gibson, we can sort that out at council, so I don't have to twist myself around today to figure it out.
Yes, I'll connect with the clerks for that meeting to make sure they're.
Okay, I appreciate that. And you know what, I've made the arguments on this over the years that there are some unique characteristics, and I appreciate the mayor's summary of those. Not all the sites were equal, and we've all bled some blood over these over these battles with our neighborhoods. They haven't been easy questions, and I do I don't want to pat myself on the back too much, but I stood in on a few of those and took a lot of heat for 4 or 5 other sites in the ward over the years. And this one, like I said, has always seemed unique. Size of the park, but it is certainly one thing, and then the development pressure and opportunity, I think, that's coming across the street does create uniqueness for this. So I appreciate everybody weighing in. I won't say much more. We'll make sure we have more information at council next week. So thanks.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried. All right.
And Mr. Mayor, apologies. I just wanted to confirm that the 13-week default due date was sufficient for Councillor Cartmell's subsequent motion.
That's fine on my end, yeah.
If it's sufficient for admin.
Yeah.
As well.
I believe it is. It's actually Ms. Jenner who has to work on that, so I'd like her thought.
Sorry, I'm trying to camera on, but it's not turning on. There we go. Councillor Cartmell, are you expecting us to do the community engagement portion of that as well as part of the evaluation now, or are you looking more for technical information only at this point?
Well, I think if we start with technical information, then we're fine and we can have something to take back to the community or not. I think that's
okay.
enough. Yeah.
Okay, then I think if possible, we would like to suggest a deadline of 6 months just to allow for procurement for the consultants to make sure that we can get you the right information that you require. Is that acceptable?
If that's what administration needs, then that's fine by me.
That would be our preference. Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you.
So that'd be coming back in July then? Okay. Yeah, Q3. Okay, yeah, date to be determined then, and then that can flex a little bit if there's if it makes sense to do further public engagement and push it back rather than have public engagement at a committee meeting. Let's just say I'm open to that, but I'll leave it to you folks to figure it out between now and then. Okay, so Q3 and it'll move based on how far you get. Okay. Okay, so that amends the appends a due date to the previous subsequent motion. Are there any other tidy-ups, Madam Clerk?
Not that I can think of.
Good catch on that, though. Thank you. Any other subsequent motions arising from this? Not hearing any. Are there any notices of motion today?
Yes, there are.
Councillor McKean, go ahead.
Thank you very much. That administration return to executive committee with a report outlining the current tax status of the theater network tax account 2716157 and a proposed option to cancel outstanding municipal property taxes. Not as controversial as it sounds.
Any other not as controversial as they seem or more controversial than they seem notices of motion? I've got to write some ballot questions, I guess, for our referendums, but I don't have those ready for today, so maybe next week. They had an interesting conversation in Calgary today about that, so anyway. All right, I think we're done for today with a few minutes to spare, which is great. So thank you, everyone. Be well, and we'll see you next time. Meeting adjourned.